morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers and Reading Whenever. I got it right for a change. First time in 4 weeks. But I got it right. And Coda is with us today as well. All right. So do let us know if you can hear any echoing, because that's been an issue. I've got my microphone plugged in, so I know that it's not me. So, yeah, if you hear any echoing in the comments, do let us know and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. All right, so we are here for a Battle of the Bands edition, so you can read whatever you want, but we are reading today, for those that are doing the Harry Potter read-along, we are doing book 2 we are starting, which is the Chamber of Secrets, and we've all got different covers. So, yeah, I have the UK version, Coda's got, and Neva have the US version. Is that correct?
Yeah, so my cover actually for my physical book is the same as Coda's.
Okay, yep.
Same with me and the audio.
Okay, put that back in there.
Oh yeah, so you've got the new cover as well. I wonder what's in the library app, because I've got the audio, but I've got the Stephen Fry audios. So
but my Kindle books are the same as the audio, because I think those are like the new American covers.
Yeah. Okay, so I couldn't quite make out yours. Stop turning. That is what I have on my audio book. Is that the same as yours?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah. Alrighty. So a lot of you will want to know where we're reading up to, because this again is just a short book. We're going to do it over the next 2 days, and we are reading to the top of chapter 10. So whatever page that is for you, that's about the midway point. So read to the end of chapter 9. Turn the page, put a bookmark, and then come back on Sunday, Monday, and finish off the book. So, yeah. All right. So, we've finished the first one. What did you all think of the first one? I know that there's rereads for Neva, but Coda and I are reading the books for the first time. So, I'll start with you, Neva. What were your thoughts on the reread?
I mean, I loved it. I mean, I will say this, okay? These books,
I almost forgot a package.
okay, thanks. Sorry, I have to be a photographer today. Ari opened all her gifts yesterday, so I have to take pictures of them all.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, I'll buy a new one. They have them. Put it back. Get dressed. So the Harry Potter books were like the first like big series my mom ever read to me. Okay. Okay, put it back. And so they're nostalgic in that way. So like it elicited some grief for me. But like otherwise, yes, put it in your, it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Calm down. It's fine. Put it with your I'm sorry. I gave it 4 stars, which is also what I gave it the last time that I reread it, which was I did read the first 2 books, I think. Okay, put it up. Thank you. Sorry, it's rough over here today. So I did read the first 2 books last year, and then I stopped because then I found out you guys were doing the reread this year, so I was like, I'll just stop because that was like halfway through the year. Like I was like, it's fine. I did give it 4 stars, mostly because I feel like the first book is mostly like world building, like we just get introduced to characters and the world and whatever. There's not a lot. I mean, there's action like at the end. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's never, the first book has never been 5 stars for me personally. I think I've always sat at about like a 4. But like I mean, you have to start somewhere. I don't feel like it's not like a terrible book. You know what I mean? It's not like some first books where it's like, wow, nothing happened. Book. And it definitely has like good quotes. Like
yes, definitely got some really good quotes in there.
I do love, our main 3. Okay, enough.
I need help.
Sit down and put it on then. There you go. And then stand up and pull it up. What a concept. Anyways. Stop. So, anyways, I will say that I forget.
She's having a moment.
She's been having a moment since she got home. I forgot how mean the boys are. Hermione in the book because I don't feel like
Hermione?
that's
Who's
showcase.
Hermione? Who's Hermione?
Really?
I forgot who she is.
All right, I'll speak with you in a moment. I don't feel like that showcase in the movies. So like if you only watch the movies, I feel like there's one comment that's made in the movie. We see her cry, and then they're like best friends after that, right?
Mhm.
And there's much more like talk of how annoying she is in the book, and like what a know-it-all she is, whatever. I also
Can I
feel
have one of
like
my orange sodas?
sure. I also feel like
Wait, I'm gonna
Drake.
grab one orange soda and then keep it closed until mac and cheese.
Okay.
But I wanna eat
Okay.
it and I'm
All right. Okay. And then I feel like
The
Malfoy.
off switch. She got an off switch today? No.
No. Shut and then I feel like Malfoy is also more rude in the book. In the
Most
first,
definitely.
we get a lot of rude from him in the other movies. Like if you watch
Mhm.
Ari, put it up. Not for you, so stop touching things. Thank you so much. Can you read a book? Sure, and then sit down and read a book. You're driving me crazy. I'm gonna give you your Legos here in a minute, okay?
Yay.
Thank you. Sit down. So anyway, I feel like
I'm gonna sit here.
in the other book or in the other movies, if you watch the movies,
It's like rough spoons.
no.
Why
Thank
would you
you.
say when I get
Hush.
spoons for Brittany, I will clean the spoon?
I'm going to when I start sprints with Nicole, but you keep talking, so I need you to hush. Thank you so much.
I was just going to say, Ari, you know the whole internet can hear you right now, right?
Ah,
Everybody can hear you, what you're doing, and you're driving your mum mental right now.
Malfoy, I feel like we see him be more cruel in every movie after the first one, but in the book, because we don't get the robe shop, the robe shop scene, we don't get that in the movie.
No, I did like there was some differences because I'm comparing the books to the movie because I've only ever seen the movies, and I too was sitting at a 4-star because it was very much an introduction and pretty much everything that Neva's saying. That's how I felt about the book as well. What about you, Coda? What are your thoughts on the book?
so I was gonna give it 4 stars, and I told you guys this, but then I was thinking about it, and it almost made me cry. Like it gave me the feels there at the end, and I can't tell you what part it was. It might just because I'm sensitive right now. But yeah, I couldn't think of a reason not to. So I went ahead and I gave it 5 stars. I had a good time with it. The audiobook was pretty fun. So it would be interesting to see the difference between the Stephen Fry one and the one that we're listening to. But this one wasn't bad. There was a couple parts in the first book. Neva, did you notice this with the audio? There was a couple parts where he'd be reading along, and then there'd be one paragraph where he'd be it was like they recorded it later and jammed it in or something. It was like a different voice. Did you get that too?
Yes. So bless you 2 times. And anyways, yes, I did notice this. I forget about this until I go to re-listen to the audio with this man. I don't know what is going on with the editing. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I will say this, from what I remember, Stephen Fry says words correctly. And I find myself correcting the way that Jim Dale says things.
Like which words? Because I don't think I knew this.
So, like the way that he says one of the characters' names, Daedalus Diggle, the way that he says it is not correct. And here's what I go off of. I go off of the way that it's pronounced in the movies and the way that I remember Stephen Fry pronouncing things, because I know that Stephen Fry worked with the author on pronunciations. And if you didn't know this, the author was very involved with pronunciations in the movies as well. So he does say Voldemort correctly because you're not supposed to say the hard T, right? But there are some other things that he says that probably shouldn't bother me, but make me kind of make my eye twitch a little bit. I'm trying to think of what other, because I didn't. But like there are other things that he's like there are just things throughout the first book, which I'm sure it'll come.
These are my notes.
Okay, I'm sure it'll come up in the second book because there's like other things that we say. But there definitely are words that he does not say correctly. That I'm like, sir, just like look at the word, like just. And I'm pretty sure that he recorded these after the first movie came out. So like I feel like because I think he recorded the first book in 2001, which I believe was the same year that the first movie came out.
Yes, it is.
And I think they changed it when the first movie came out. Like they decided that apparently America needed their own narrator. I don't know. It's stupid to me, but sure. Because I asked my dad, and my mom he still has the books on tape.
Mhm.
And when we bought the books on tape, they were narrated by Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Books on tape.
See, I can't do the comparison between the audios because I've only got access to the Stephen Fry ones here. On that.
Yeah, and you can't. At least I haven't found a workaround. I'm actually wondering if I could do this if I had like a VPN on my computer. If I could
You probably could then. You probably could work
if I could
around
buy the Audible versions, because I've thought about trying it and seeing, because I can't. Like if I can search for them on Audible like on my computer, but I can't purchase them. Like it says that they're not available in my country.
Yeah. Amy said that yesterday on Sprints, and she goes, I'm not used to not having things available in my country.
America tends to get everything.
Yeah, so I'm quite surprised as well. So for me, there was like some notable differences to the books to the movies. Like as I was saying last week, like I couldn't remember whether that when the Dursleys went to the zoo. And the best friend is depicted in the book as being in the car with them. He's not in the car. He's not even anywhere in that scene. The other notable difference was how much hatred come through on the paper on the page from Draco in the robe. Like you could feel, like as you were reading it, you could feel, because I read those parts, I didn't listen to those. You could actually feel how much hatred towards Muggles and other wizarding families and all that sort of stuff. And the fact that in the book also that we didn't get in the movie was the excitement from all the magical folk that after Voldemort had been done away with on the night that Harry was dropped off. So we didn't get any of that in the book either, in the movies either, which I think would have added more excitement to the whole development of Harry, like why he was so famous. Like we didn't really understand that from the movie, but in the book you get that understanding. And also the fact that he went to Diagon Alley and then basically went back to the Dursleys for a month before he went off to school, and they took him to King's Cross Station. There was a lot of differences there, and also the warmthness coming through from how much Hagrid really loved Harry was coming across on the page, whereas that didn't really come through in the movie until later on, towards the end, where Harry hugs him on the train station platform. And like you're going to get spoilers for movies if you haven't seen them. I'm sorry, but these have been out for 20 odd years.
I was gonna say they've been out now for 20 years. I just feel like you haven't watched the movies. Like if you haven't at least watched the movies, go to them. Yeah, because there's enough similarities that you could get away with not reading the books. I mean, I know like Nicole had only ever seen the movies. Coda, you'd only ever seen the movies too, right? Yeah. So I tell people that if they want more depth to read the books, because I also forgot like the whole scene where they're in the little shack or whatever, where Hagrid is like making food for Harry. I forgot about that part. Yeah, like cake. We know the iconic cake, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I forgot about like him like making the sausages and like tea and like all of that. I will say, because I'm Nicole shared the link for this podcast in the Discord. I'm behind. Okay. I'm going to have to do this chapter by chapter once I finish book 1 because I forgot they break it down by chapter. But there is a podcast called Harry Potter and the Sacred Text, and they basically break it down like it's a sacred text, like the Bible, the Torah, whatever. So in listening to that, because I started listening to it last night, I will say I forgot how rude how terrible the Dursleys are in the books, because they're not portrayed. I mean, they're terrible in the movies, but they're not portrayed as terrible in the movies, right?
Oh, they're vile in the book. Like, I didn't realize how vile they were.
But in the book, right? But in the first, I think it's the first episode, Vanessa and Casper make a good point about how, because the first episode, they're reading the first chapter. No, through the lens. Give me that. Thank you. Through the lens of commitment. Like where do they see commitment in the book? And they make a good point that while the Dursleys are terrible, did I just freeze?
No, you're still moving.
My computer is weird. In the book, while they're terrible, Jack Skellington, while they're terrible, they like Vernon Dursley is very committed to his wife and his son.
Yes.
They don't like Harry.
Mm.
Okay, but they clearly love each other.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So okay. I don't know. So I
and they also on the commitment side of things, I haven't listened to the podcast. The commitment side of things is that the fact that they took on Harry and they committed to raising him, even though they were trying to take him away from the magic side of his heritage and all that sort of stuff, and they told lies, be it good or bad what they did, that they still made the commitment to Harry to raise him, even though they're trash at it.
Yeah, and I did get a few messages from people that know that I've already read these books. I didn't give spoilers because to explain to you why Harry ultimately went to the Dursleys is to spoil things. Like you find out, but it is deep within the book that you find out. And I don't think that it's really explained very well in the movies, because
they touched on it, because I mean, Fame, like, we're going to spoil it, so if you haven't read it, turn the volume down. If you haven't read the book,
they touch on it in the first book with Dumbledore explaining to Harry that the reason that he didn't die, right, is because of the love that his mother had for him.
Yeah.
And for the fact that they didn't want him thrust into a world where he's famous. However,
because it makes, like you can.
There is actually an even deeper reason, but you don't find out until like the 5th or 6th. Well, it may have been like the 5th or
the books, just the movies.
Yeah, and this part of it is never fully explained in the movies. Like there's like a thing that happens later that fully explains why he went there. Because even like in the first book, like Harry, he's always wishing that like this long lost relative will come like take him away and like rescue him. Like he doesn't understand like why people hate him so much. Which of course he doesn't, because he's 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's not supposed to understand it until later.
Right. So yeah. But I will say
that's part of his character growth for his understanding.
I forgot about the song. The Hat song. In the first book. Sure. Goodbye. When they go to be sorted.
Yeah. I'm just trying. I've already put it out of my head. I'm just trying to recall it.
I don't remember how it goes, but I forget that there's every year there's a song, but we don't get that in the movie. And I forgot that there was like a song that was done in the movie.
Mhm.
like in the book. I mean,
Mhm.
because we don't
Yeah.
get it in the song. Like they just get called up there to be sorted, and that's
Sorted.
it.
Yeah.
There's no like fanfare. Also, I forget how many things there were that happened that in the movie were done by certain characters, but in the books were done different. Like Peeves, like I always remember that Peeves is like an integral part of the books, but I
Mhm.
forget how integral until I reread.
Yeah.
Because there's like the scene where they go to duel Malfoy.
Mhm.
Peeves is the one that is like screaming the hallways down, trying to get them in trouble.
Yeah.
And I remember in the movie, it was Mrs. Norris. Like they got
Mhm.
caught by Mrs. Norris, and they were like, "Oh no, Filch!" But like in the book, it's Peeves screaming about
Mhm.
first years in the corridor or whatever the hell he said.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love Peeves. Peeves is like he's like one of my favorite characters, even though he's like a menace. You know.
Everybody likes a good menace. All right, let's have a look. So obviously we all liked it. I must admit the the scene where Harry sees his parents in the mirror,
Yeah.
always gets me, and got me in the book as well. So I don't think you have to be sensitive or anything like that to understand that significance of seeing your parents standing beside you as a grown child, having never known them. I'm sorry, but if you had no emotion at that point, you're dead inside.
I will say the ending, because we're giving spoilers, so it's fine. Turn it down. But I will say that the other thing that it always tears me up every time, like movie, book, it doesn't matter, is at the end, like they've come back. They've once again Harry's beat the odds and beat Voldemort, who's like out the back of Quirrell's head. Unbelievable.
Weird shit right there.
And all that. But when Dumbledore gives his speech at the end and gives everybody the points,
The extra points, yeah.
it always makes me so emotional when he gives Neville the points. Because like Neville,
I know. That's like every time.
That might have been the part.
in my opinion,
So embarrassing.
Neville Longbottom, he's showcased so much more in the books, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Not in there, no, because I don't want the pieces lost. No, I'm gonna take pictures in the first sprint, so I'll call you in here when I'm ready for you. Go. But I forget just how like underrated he is in the first book, because he just comes off as like he's just very forgetful. He's like it's not explained in the first book, but like things, and like you can tell like he's had a hard life. Like he lives with his grandma. I mean, he's very like just like scared of his surroundings. The only thing that he's really good at,
I find him to be a very anxious person.
Yeah, like the only thing he's really good at is herbology. So he like, but that's looked at as like kind of like a fluffy thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. Like the things I know about herbs and all the rest of it, I would not class herbology as a fluffy thing, because you can take some people out with that shit.
And it's touched on by McGonagall. McGonagall makes a comment to Neville in the first book, that basically like to be proud of his strengths or whatever, and that like I'll talk to your grandma, like that kind of thing. Like and like I love McGonagall in the books, like she's great in the movies too. Like she's just a great person. But when he gives everybody else the points, and it's nice and great and everything. Like we know, like they played a great game of chess, and Hermione got them through the whatever that fucking weed is that's trying to like kill them. And then like Ron got them through chess, and Harry, grabbed the keys and all that stuff. But like when he gives the points to Neville, I'm just like, sweet baby Neville, because Neville is like flabbergasted. He's like, I didn't even do anything. I just tried to stop them and they didn't listen to me. So like,
no, they froze me.
That's all that happened. Hermione said, "I'm so sorry to do this, Neville," and then locked my legs together, like put me like so. Like what did I do? Like I didn't do anything.
He tried.
He just, I feel like he's just such an underrated character for so much of the movies and the books, honestly. That like whenever he gets just like a little inkling of recognition, I'm just like, you poor.
It comes back to that validation.
Yes. I think I relate to. I think you're right. I think he's a very anxious person, so I just like relate to Neville because he's so Because he's just like, well, no one listened to me, so clearly I've done nothing to help.
Oh, dear me. So basically, if we'll be obviously each week as we're working our way through the books and all the rest of it, we'll obviously be having conversations about this for the first, half an hour or whatever. And so feel free to download that, Neva, if you want to upload it to your channel later on, edit the first bit out and whatnot. So do you have anything else that you want to add, Coda or Neva, to the first book? You think it's pretty much been covered?
I'm just excited to continue.
Yeah, same.
I'm so excited that you're reading this for the first time and then I get to experience it. I'm not even gonna lie. Yes. Harry Potter is like one of those series that I'm like, if I could read one series for the first time again, it would be Harry Potter. So like watching y'all read it brings me so much joy. I don't know a lot of people that haven't read it. That's the thing.
Well, see, I didn't read it when it didn't come out. When it came out, I had little babies, and I'm sorry, but my babies were just rude and wouldn't allow me to read. And now as teenagers and I'm reading, I just like walk off into my room or I put my hand up, I just ignore them. And then get in trouble for that still. But like you're grown-ass people. You can take care of yourselves now. You don't need me as much. And I was quite disappointed that I didn't get to read them when they first came out because I wanted to, but I just never had the time. I didn't do a lot of reading around that time anyway. But I did watch the movies as they came out because I'm like, well, at least I can sit down. They can be there. Most times I'd watch a movie when they went to bed or whatever. But and my partner at the time too wasn't a reader then either. So trying to fit everything in just wasn't happening for me back then. So priorities, as they say. I'm super excited to be reading them, and I sort of get just reading the first book, and I know that we're only the first one in. I can understand why so many kids connected to this book. I kids that had a loving household can connect to it. The smart kids can connect to it. The kids that feel like they're on the outers can connect to it. There's so many variants in this book that kids would have connected to, and I can really see why it is such a beloved book. Even now with those kids that read it for the first time and kids coming up through the ranks that are reading it for the first time as well, and why so many adults go back to it for the nostalgic reasons and whatnot. It takes them back to their childhood. And as you said, Neva, there's so many things that you've forgotten about and you've reread it so many times, and there's still things that you're just remembering for the first time, or those little warm and fuzzy bits like with Neville and all that sort of stuff coming through. I can really relate to why people love it so much.
I will also say, if you decide to go listen to the podcast, like I truly suggest it, make sure that you listen from the very first episode in 2016 down. She did change. The girl is always the same, okay? But Vanessa did end up getting a new co-host. In like 2021 or early 2022. They are on their second read of this book now, like of the series now. But they go through the first 7 books. Her and Casper, I think, go through the first 7 books in the first 4.5 years, and then it switches over at some point. But you need to listen to the very first episode. I feel like a lot of people when they listen to podcasts, they skip like that intro one. Like,
no, you definitely need to, because I listened to the trailer because they give an explanation about the things that have happened with the author and all that sort of stuff. Because
when this started, it started in 2016, which is when I actually started listening to it. I was pregnant with Ari when I started listening to this podcast. And I was listening to it weekly. So I only made it to through the first 4 books, I think, with them, and then life happened. But they explain, like, because they do this podcast through like the election of Donald Trump, they do it through finding out that the author is not a great person. And then there are some apologies that are made for things that they said that were a bit insensitive, particularly around the Diagon Alley episode. There's an apology that's made by Casper for something that he says or kind of makes like pokes fun at. So I implore you to listen to every episode, because otherwise it's going to seem like they're kind of like fangirling for the author. But also remember that this podcast started in 2016. So once things started coming out, they were very much aware that things were coming out. And they still did the podcast, but their content shifted accordingly.
Yeah. And that first episode that goes up, it only goes for like 4 or 5 minutes.
It's like the shortest episode they have, and these episodes are only like 30 to 45 minutes long. I don't even think they're a full.
And that episode I think is on the podcast, because I went and had a look, and I have shared it over in the Discord. And so basically, if you're in the Discord, it's up there. I will pin it to the top. I didn't pin it last night because I'm on my phone, and it doesn't always pin for me when I'm on my phone. And so basically, I've got to do that on the computer, but it is there. When you go in, it's the Spotify one that I've shared. When you go in there, just switch it from newest to oldest, and that episode will come to the top of your screen if you're not familiar with how to get to that. Otherwise, just scroll. It doesn't take long to get down to the bottom.
You definitely can scroll. If you do it where it comes, like I use a different podcast app. I don't use Spotify. I use something called Pocket Cast. You can use that, but in order to have all of the bells and whistles, you have to buy like a premium subscription. I got grandfathered in, which is why a lot of people ask me why I use that one. It's because I paid $5 for it like 3 or 4 years ago, and then they made it into a free app, but grandfathered everybody that had already paid for the app into a lifetime member is basically what it is. So I just don't give up on that podcast. I switch it so that I can add them to my playlist in order. Which I don't know if you can do that on Spotify. I would assume.
I think you can. Like if you're following them, and you can just you just have them, like when you go to their podcast, it'll just open up and leave and pick up where you left off.
So if you have them in
I don't know enough about Spotify. I don't use it.
I think at least on Spotify you can have it where it's oldest to newest episodes, and you can hit play, and then it'll just play all the episodes
through.
So at least that way, if you just scroll to the bottom, then you're gonna have to like manually go in and like select.
I recommend to everybody just to switch it to oldest to newest. You'll get that trailer first, which I think goes for about 4 or 5 minutes. They give an explanation of everything like that. Of the updates and everything that are going to come through, and how they're doing it and all that sort of stuff. So it's well worth a listen. Like
were you typing too, Coda?
Yeah.
Somebody asked. Both shaking. Is there an earthquake happening or something?
Somebody asked what the podcast is called, and I think Coda. I mean, I think I hit enter before Coda did, but we were typing it at the same time.
Yeah, cool. All right. So, it's also in the Discord as well. So if you which I can share that. Let me just put that in, because it's not underneath this video. Nightbot will put it in, and hopefully Nightbot will play nicely today and not put anybody in timeout or anything. All right, let's have a look and see who is here. So we're going to start book 2, and hopefully a few people are going to be joining us. So we have Lexi here. Hello, friends, listening to 11/22/63 and getting some laundry and cleaning done. Awesome. Hey, Crystal, how you going? Excuse me. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Good morning, Deb. Hello. Sadia is also here. Chris is also here, ready for Chamber of Secrets. Almost finished chapter 1. Awesome. You're ahead of the game. Also decided to finish Stud in the Stacks as a steal. I'm not sure I'm a smart reader. I found it creepy rather than funny. Yeah.
That's fair. Not everyone smut is not for everyone.
Well, this is slightly creepy because this guy is a stripper, okay, and his grandmother was in the audience while he was.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Listen, I read The Darkest of the Dark, okay? And that is
But if my nana is there while
no.
no.
Back in the day, your girl used to dance on a pole. Okay, you're welcome for that information. And when I did that, I made sure that the people that, because I mean, people in like my family and stuff would go to this particular place, and I would be like, I'm working on these nights, do not show up.
Yeah.
Like, if you show up, I will run away. Like, no. Like, my friends was one thing.
He was all backstage like,
Your grandma. Absolutely. I'd be like, Nana, I need
God, my nana's here. I'm out. Cajun has also joined us. I'm reading A Streak Through the Heart. Stake Through the Heart. I don't know where that R came from, but anyway.
Streak through. It's because we were talking about a man being a stripper. We were talking about streaking.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there you go. We'll go with that.
I read steak and I thought of food, so maybe I'm hungry.
Hello, Alison. Thank you for joining. Eros is here, about 30 pages in. I'm Not a Serial Killer by Dan Wells. It seems to be like a YA version of a TV show, Dexter. It's not bad, so and hope everyone is well. Yes, we are all well. ML is here trying to finish the second Emily Wilde book tonight before the library loan runs out at 11 p.m. I've had a few of those where I've been under the pump to read as well. Monica's also joined us as well. Need to get Faybound done today, hoping the sprints will kickstart motivation. I've been slumpy since I finished House of Flame and Shadow. Thank you for putting the full name up there. I appreciate that.
I think a lot of people have felt that way, Monica, which is why I haven't read it yet. Because
everybody's here. Hey, Bree, how you going? I love your blanket behind you, Coda.
Here.
Cool Gamer is also here. Hello. Steph is also here. I didn't realize that you were starting Harry Potter already. Yes, we are reading these back to back on Sprint. Steph,
quickly.
Go.
Even if you're reading them with your eyeballs, I feel like they go quickly.
Yeah,
they're quick. Yeah.
So I did notice that Steph posted over in Discord. I haven't had a chance to respond yet, but yeah, we are reading them back to back. So we're using I believe you're in America, so it's Sunday, Thursday evening sprints for you, and we're using these sprints to read. And then generally at the beginning, we're going to say where we're going to in the book, and then basically talk about the book that we're finished or the chapters that we've read. And all that sort of stuff. So,
Steph, we read the first book in 2 sittings, I think.
Yeah.
Because we read like the first half. These first like 3 books are going to be like it's going to be like 2 sprints, and then you're like 2 sprint days.
Yeah. 2 sprint days.
How long is the third one? It's a little longer, right?
Yeah. So
I think it's
really longer.
Yeah. I think it's like maybe 50 pages longer than book 2. Because it's not huge, because I've got book 3 here and it's not that big.
What are you doing, dude?
Got it, thanks. Still need to finish the first one, but after the cleaning is done, I'll get to that to reread anyway. That's fine. Can't wait to read Harry Potter to Adeline. Oh, she's going to love it. She's going to love it. And that's so exciting for you too, because you get to experience her first time with her, which is amazing. And then when she can read it by herself, like as you said, you're going to read it to her, Crystal, and then when she gets to read it herself, that it'll be a new level for her as well, but it'll add to the excitement for you, and something that you both can connect with, which is amazing. Hi, Mood Reader. Thank you very much for being here, and we're all good. How big is the next one?
Mine is 100 pages longer than the second one. Okay. So mine is 435 pages.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it'll take us a couple more
steps to get into it's fine. Like, Nicole and I used to read 200 pages of Wheel of Time in a sitting, and that was much more dense reading.
Yeah.
I will say that after like the third book, because the fourth book is pretty chunky, and after that they
Yeah.
don't get
Yeah,
smaller.
I just
In order for people to keep up, we'll probably have to break them down into longer.
Yes, yeah. No,
Yeah.
as the books
We
go on, it will
plan.
take longer and longer to get through them. We with these ones, because they're, you know, they're sort of at the middle grade level, that they're a little bit easier to read, and all the rest of it, and they're not overly long. So once we start getting into the chunkier books, like we will still be only doing around about the 100 to 110 pages each sprint, which is I'm just going to say for Australia, which is Monday and Friday for me. So that means that, if we've got a 700-page book, it's going to take 7 sprinting days to get to the end of the book.
That's how long the fourth one is for me. How long is your fourth book, though? Because yours probably has less pages, huh?
Okay. Neva, do you want to take over comments and I'll go and grab my books?
Yep. All right. Let me scroll up. Give me one moment, please. I have to scroll. Here we go. Hello, Allie. Welcome. We love to have you here. Hello, Nina. Watched the Harry Potter 1 movie last night. I need to watch this.
I was gonna do that, right? Oh no, wait. When did I say I was gonna do that? Was that last night that I was talking about it?
Yes, I will watch it when I go out there.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Ready to read book 2. Wonderful. Stephen Fry audio is perfection. Yes, Stephen Fry is also my favorite as well. I found the first Harry Potter book quite good. Also didn't expect the amount of emotional and physical trauma Harry goes through. Yeah, his trauma is much more talked about in the first book, I think. For sure. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone is well. Reading A River Enchanted. I don't know if I'm reading that this month or not. Hello, showing some love to both likes. Thank you. Waiting to join the Harry Potter read along until y'all are on number 3 because I just finished 2 in December and it is not my fave. Yeah, I mean, my favorite books don't happen until the beginning, like further in, but I mean, I like all of them. So I prefer the books to the movies. The movie that played out in my brain was so much better. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Rowley. Hello, Courtney. Courtney's also doing sprints right now, so sprint hop if you can. Okay, I'm going to be not live because that was a lot, but I am going to be like showing up in her comments. Hello, Michaela. Going to read my buddy read pages for today and maybe manga or play on my Switch. Not sure what I feel like doing. Yes, I'm going to be listening to Harry Potter and working on my Doctor Who diamond painting now that I figured out how to roll the stupid thing so that I can work on each section. The ways that I have to roll this godforsaken diamond painting, like I have figured out how to roll diamond paintings so well because they're so large they don't fit on my desk. So I have to when I start at the bottom, I have to roll the top down. But now I'm like on one side, so I have to roll the other side. So that because otherwise, like the rolled part is like where my arm is, and that's not comfortable.
All right. So,
for this for you. You're welcome.
Okay, so my third book, which is The Prisoner of Azkaban, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing at this point because I don't have my thing in front of me.
Yes,
I only have 317 pages in mine.
So we could do that one halvesies then, if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm telling you, here's what's gonna happen.
But
this is not a spoiler. The fourth book is gonna take everybody longer to get through because there's a lot of detail in it, and also if all you've done is see the movies.
Looks like Wheel of Time.
Right? We're back in our wheelhouse, Coda. Big chunky books.
If all you've done is see the movies, you're going to want to digest the things that happen in the fourth book because the
fourth book is the Goblet of Fire, right?
Yes, and the fourth book
I like your cover better than mine. Yeah.
The fourth book is where everything just like diverts the wrong way. Like where the plot of the books and the movies no longer are the same.
So
Yeah.
this particular one, my copy has 616 pages in it for Goblet of Fire. So we'll probably just do 150 pages each sprint because there's so much more to like. I think that is reasonable. And then I don't have the Half-Blood prints, but I'm still looking for that. And
What about Order of the Phoenix? That's the next one.
Order of the Phoenix, which is got 766. Again, probably just do the 150 pages.
Mine has
And it's
8,
also,
so-
I'm gonna say this, it's also gonna vary depending on
You're
what. I
correct.
don't have my hardcovers sitting in front of me because I think they're in that box. Actually, they have to be in that box that got left
Oh,
at
this one really made better.
Dolly's. But here's what I'm gonna tell you. It will also It will also vary depending on if you have the hardcovers or the paperbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Your page count will vary. Because
Well,
like
yeah.
y'all
My
have
Deathly
paper,
Hollows, which I paid a whole $2.50 for.
That's why Nicole will just have to tell us where 150 gets her to in her book, and we'll just go to that chapter.
And even my hardback, like I took the dust cover off. So there's the dust cover, and it matches.
that's
Aw.
cute.
So yeah, which I'll probably get rid of the dust cover. I hate them. That's gone over there. So yeah, so basically at the beginning of each sprint, we'll tell you where we're going up to, and all that sort of stuff. I still have one book to get. Interesting. So yeah, it will make it interesting for sprint. So we're going to be doing it on so if you're in the northern hemisphere, it'll be Sunday and Thursday evenings. If you're in the southern hemisphere, it's Monday and Friday. If you're not sure, just go and check out our pages, our home pages, and you'll see it there. All right, where were we up to? Oh, look at you go. Started more. Look at you go.
I'm very professional today.
Today.
Will it last the entire sprinting session? Probably not.
I think it's either Order or Half-Blood that explains it, but they also touch on the Deathly Hollows, the reason why he wasn't sent there. Yeah, that's fair enough. The other day there was a Harry Potter marathon on TV at work, and every time I came back in, Harry grew up. I went and keyed up the second movie, and just the cover pictures for it, how much they grew in a year was amazing. Like they look so much older in the second movie, and then it's only the next year.
Like that first. So the actual actors that portray Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy are not that much older than me. Like there's maybe 2 to 3 years. Like all of them are like within 2 to 3 years of my age. And I was like, wow, we all looked like babies when these movies were made. Because I think I was 9 when the first movie came out. That was what, 2001? So I would have been like 8 or 9, depending on like
2001 is when the first one came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
I
31.
was like 17 already.
well, it's fine.
That's why I didn't read the books. I was busy
I was
being
just
17.
like, wow, we all just like we were like really like young children. You know what I mean? Like millennials. We were all really like young millennials. We were all like really young children. Because I watch it now and I'm like, God dang, they were like babies. And I'm like, they're literally your age, ma'am. Calm down.
I'm barely
I was
in-
31 when the first movie came out. So yeah. I was trying to be an adult. Wasn't very successful at it.
Listen, I'm 32 and being an adult still not very successful. You know what I'm saying? It's fine.
Well, yeah, and like 20 years later, I'm still not very successful.
What's adulting anyway?
Just
Who
do the
needs
best you
it?
can. That's all you can do, man.
My life has just been about the winging it.
Yeah, but with the scenarios.
Yeah, with the backup plans, yeah.
Who needs adulting anyway? Clearly, I need an adultier adult, and I haven't found one yet. So
I might have could have used an adult last night.
it's fine.
And then the adults that you do have in your life are just encouraging you, like.
So sorry. Like I said, we all need an adultier adult. You know what I'm
It
saying?
was fine. It was fine. I slept really good.
I bet you did.
Yeah. I was going to say, your head hit that pillow, boom, you were out.
Out, dude. Out. Hand on each cat.
I'm dead.
Oh, no.
Yes, Riley, the school song. But the Sorting Hat has like his own song.
Yeah, he sang the. I put it away. Where is it?
Because they have like the Hoggy Hogwarts song. They have that. That's like their school song.
Yeah, 'cause he sang it in the audiobook, didn't he?
No, he spoke that shit. I don't know what he was doing in the audiobook. I was like, what are you doing? I did highlight it though in like the ebook. I just don't have my Kindle in front of me.
I found it. It's this, oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me.
Yeah.
You can keep your bowlers black.
And they
I'm gonna read the
definitely
whole thing, but
like I wish they had included this in the movie. Like I just feel like it would have been so great in the movie.
How is there not like a Super King Kong long director's cut of the Harry Potter movies like there is for every other fucking
I
movie?
feel like there probably is, and we just don't have access to it. You know what I mean? Because I would love to see it.
Didn't they have like a really hard time filming like the first couple because the kids were so young and
oh yeah, you know they had
experience?
they had to sew Tom Felton. He doesn't have the pockets in his robes do not work. They had to sew them closed during the first movie, like after the Remember All scene.
So that he wouldn't put his hands in his pockets?
No, because he used to sneak food in his pockets. He would walk around with food in his pockets.
I did see an outtake where Hermione was they were reading a book and Ron's on one side and Harry's on the other side and Hermione's in the middle and they're reading Harry or Ron are reading it, but she was miming, like she was saying the words without actually saying the words to their lines.
I saw a video about that she used to like mouth their lines.
Yeah. And they'd have to stop. Hermione, Emma, you're doing it again. Stop it.
Yeah, because she would do that, and then also, yeah, they had to sew Tom Felton's robe pockets. No, I don't know. I did not say your name. Goodbye. You must be hearing ghosts. Anyway, go play. But yeah, they had to do that, and he talks about it in his memoir because I bought the Beyond the Wand book. It was like $2.99 last year for the Kindle edition, and I was like, "Let me buy this. I need to buy like the audio because I would love to listen to him like read it." But it was like an entertaining read. But yeah, he was kind of like the troublemaker. So they had to sew his pockets up.
Harry is much sassier in the books.
Yes,
I just feel like he's a typical 11-year-old.
I also feel
jerks sometimes.
I also feel like the scene where they're in the kitchen and Aunt Petunia is like dyeing his uniform, and he was like, "What are you doing?" or whatever, and she was like, "I'm dyeing old pieces of Dudley's for your uniform," and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize it needed to be so wet." It made me laugh because I feel like this. I feel like any other kid, like if Ari walked in the kitchen and was like, "Wow, Mom, I didn't know my uniform had to be so wet," like I would laugh. Like she would get like positive reinforcement, and like Aunt Petunia is just like annoyed. Like, and she's like, "Don't be stupid," you know, like. But like I feel like any other kid would get like a chuckle, you know what I mean? But because they like hate Harry so much, they're just like,
yeah. I think if one of my kids walked in and said that, I'd probably just look at him and go, "You're a funny little fucker, aren't you?"
But I feel like because of the nature of like their relationship, right, or lack thereof, like it's not something that they would laugh at because they wouldn't find it. I mean, she wouldn't find it funny coming from Harry. Like she would just take it as him like being a smartass. I also feel like in the movies we're supposed to believe that Harry is far more docile when it comes to his aunt and uncle. Which is interesting because like in the like even in the first book, he's not really docile. Like he says whatever he's like, I said what I said. Like that's like the attitude that he has. And I feel like in the movies, he's just like quiet until he explodes.
I didn't feel like he was very like adamantly, you know, I didn't feel like he backtalked or anything in the book. I feel like all of that was internal. Did I miss something?
A lot of it I think was internal, but there were things that he said, like the uniform comment. Like I didn't know it needed to be so wet. He says that out loud. Because she literally responds to him and says, "Don't be stupid."
Yeah, there is a lot of internal dialogue.
But we get a lot of internal dialogue from Harry because it's a book from his, we're following him. And I feel like in the movie that's not really portrayed very well because we're not just following Harry. Like we're seeing everyone else. So we're not getting we're not getting internal dialogue from Harry in the movie. So he comes off as very just like broody. You know what I mean?
All right. So Jamie has also joined us as well. And I think we'll start there and we will go for our first sprint. Because we are not going. This is Friday. We are not going to get to the end of the sprints.
It will take us at least 8 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have joined us, welcome. We will say hello to you. We will get to your comment. We do value your opinions and what you want to say. We just take a little bit longer time. And because this is a read along as well, we have half an hour of talking about the books and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to do our sprints. And then we'll come back. I was going to say we'll do 15-minute breaks, but that's a lie. That's where that person comes across and goes, liar. Da-dun.
You will get sprints because Nicole's in charge.
Because I know that you be reading comments a lot on Fridays, Thursdays, whatever the hell day this is. We can switch off reading comments. I feel bad making you read all the comments all the time.
And I just realized that none of our names have come up. So what's going on with StreamYards?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me.
You know, it didn't even. That is
let me look. Here we go. For some reason, it's toggled
I did an
off.
There you go.
It was toggled off.
Oh, well, see, I did an update. So I did an update
I'll
on
fix
the.
One, so it says. Yeah, I don't know why it was toggled off, but it was toggled off.
Yeah, that's weird. I must have done that in the update.
Maybe.
Hurry, everybody, enter your Harry Potters.
Like we're not all reading the same book. But yeah, if you want, Nicole, we can switch off every other sprint so that we're both reading comments.
That's fine. I'm all good. My voice is croaky this morning, but that's only because I've been laughing and drinking green tea, so it'll get better
green
during
tea.
the day. Yeah. I bought some green tea pre-made because I like green tea. It's refreshing in summer and all that sort of stuff.
I keep forgetting it's summer for you, and I'm like, why the hell is drinking cold ass green tea? And then I was like, oh, because it's not winter time.
Because it's like 1 trillion degrees outside and I'm sweating.
I know. Dude, my new grown up like dream is to have a winter house in Australia so I can just bounce from summer to summer.
Oh my god. Can I come stay with you?
Of course.
I'll help pay the rent.
Yeah.
Can I come to your summer house as well? So I'll just leave my summer house to come to your summer house.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's figure it out. We can have a summer house here and a summer house in Australia, and we'll just be summer people.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can do that.
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right. Let me add this to the stage. All righty. We will be back in an hour. Happy reading, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
What did we do?
I almost made it through chapter 4, and then my mommy called, so I talked to my mom for a little bit.
Well, Nicole took the wrong headphone out, so it's all good.
I didn't hear a word you said. I had the wrong headphone in.
I said, "How did we do?"
How'd you go?
I almost made it through chapter 4, and then my mom called, so I talked to my mom for a little bit, and I'm enjoying it. It's like better than the first one already.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where my bone conducting headphones are gone. And I swear, if my daughter has stolen them, I'm going to kill her when she gets here. Because I can't use earbuds a lot. Like I can use them, but I can't use them daily because they hurt my ears. Like it feels like I've got an ear infection, but I don't. So yeah, I'm trying to like swap ears and whatnot, but both my ears are sore. And yeah. I couldn't find them. I'm like, oh, maybe they fell down. That's why I was under the table, because I thought they might have fallen down behind the table. So I'm like trying to get under there and move crap, and no, they're not there. So I don't know where they are.
I must have missed that.
But yeah, no, I'm loving it. I got up to chapter 5. I've got one sentence left in chapter 4, so but I've already read it with my eyeballs.
Okay,
but,
I'm not far behind you then.
Yeah.
I think I'm the furthest behind. I'm like halfway through chapter 4, but this is because like I had to make dinner and like deal with things, so I couldn't like listen and deal with things.
Yeah, I think we're in the same spot then. I think I'm about halfway through chapter 4.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Let me see what happened.
Yeah, and I had to swap headphones. Like I had my earbuds, and my earbuds won't sit in my left ear. They fall out all the time, the Samsung ones that came with my phone. So I had to get my hook one and put it on. So when I started listening to the book, four times it fell out of my bloody ear.
I just switched out to my cute Hello Kitty gaming headphones. So.
Yeah.
Mine fall out of my Samsung ones fall out of my ears sometimes too. And then I go to try to push them back in, and I always forget to turn off the touch controls. And so I'm like pausing it and like changing the ambience. And
The original ones I had I ended up having to give them to my daughter because her headphones broke. But I'm like, I think I want them back because at least they stayed in my ear and they weren't ultra sensitive like these ones. These ones, like you sneeze and it feels like it turns the book off. You know, like don't even look at them, don't touch them, don't even go anywhere near your ear. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get on and order some bone conducting ones.
I'll wash it.
But have you ever had your hair like do the touch sensor on it? Like I've had my hair hit it before and pause my thing, and I'm like,
you sure
wow,
so?
that's powerful.
Put it up on the shelf. I don't care what you do with it. But
I did get these. These were just from AliExpress. They sort of hook over your ear. But again, these are super sensitive as well. So if my hair touches it or anything like that, it turns it off. So they were $5 or something. So worst case scenario, I'll switch to those. But yeah. But I'm enjoying the book. There's a few moments that I had a bit of a chuckle to myself, and
Yeah.
you know, especially like when they take him and all that sort of stuff. It's yeah, and the fact like the Malfoys got their douches. The what was surprising though was the squabble that the parents had in the bookstore. Like that was like, oh my god. That was not in the movie that I remember. Like it's been a while since I've watched the second one, but I know that they were in there together, but I don't
know. Coda, are you that far yet? If you're only halfway through chapter 4, I don't think you're that far yet.
Yeah, maybe not, because we are just.
I think they're just. If you're about where I am, then like Harry has gone through the Flu Network.
Yeah, he's just bumping into Hagrid now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's not there yet.
Yeah.
In the movie, it does not quite I mean, there's like kind of like a face off in the movie at the staircase. Shh, don't worry about it. Nose McGee. Between Malfoy and well, I don't appreciate your attitude, ma'am. So enough. Thank you. Anyhow, I hear you. I accept your apology. So now I need you to be truthful with your apology. Okay, thank you. Please get ready for bed. Thank you so much. I understand. It's hard to be nice. I understand. Okay. Clearly, we're very sleepy. So I need you to get ready
I
for
was
bed.
going to say, someone's so tired. Like, you can hear it in her voice. She is so tired.
There's like a face off between Lucius and Arthur.
Weasley. Okay,
Yeah,
that
so
should be
Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley, like they kind of have he's like we Malfoy like type thing, but like
His name is not Arthur.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Ari, I promise you.
Ron. It's Ron Weasley.
No, that's Harry's friend. Ron's dad's name is Arthur. Thank you. Get ready for bed. But they kind of like face off, but there's no like actual squabble. Hoda, you'll see what we mean when you get there. Like I already read this, so I know what she's talking about. But like,
that must be soon, yeah. Because
Yeah, it's
Yes,
in the next.
pretty
It's
soon.
in the next page or so.
but like the
Sorry, I thought you were further along than that.
the
Sorry, my
actual
bad.
confrontation that happens. In the
it's fine.
My bad, but sorry, not sorry.
It's,
What?
it's like a minor. It's a minor spoiler, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to read some comments, ma'am?
That's all good. You're battling. You're still battling the littles.
The children.
Yeah.
Love is a battlefield.
It's all good. I can take it from here. The book with Umbridge, with Peeves and the twins, is one of my fave scenes, but done completely different in the movies.
Yeah, I know what scene she's talking about. This is in book 5. We do
Yeah.
not see an Umbridge. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be funny, okay? But like, I know that Voldemort is like, you know, the bad guy or whatever.
Yeah.
Umbridge is the true enemy. Like
Umbridge.
whether-
Which character is that?
she's the professor that's in the 5th book. She's sent by the Ministry of Magic, and she looks like a freaking bottle of Pepto-Bismol.
Oh,
Who
yes.
plays her
One
in
that
the-
all the rules and shit.
Oh, look, yes. And listen,
Yeah.
the actual actress is
Yeah.
great. I've seen her in other things. She's wonderful. She's lovely. Okay, wonderful. But in Harry Potter, she's a terrible person. Like, I can't. Professor Umbridge is the true, and like the thing is that she's even more evil in the books than she is in the movie.
Is that the one that is that the movie where she makes Emma Thompson leave?
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
in the
I don't
movie,
focus on that
this
principle
happens in
a
the
lot.
books too. But like in the movie, you know, she makes Harry come and do lines, and it like cuts his hand
Yeah.
open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that. There was 12 people right there. So yeah, that's right there, Ari. Right there, Ari, on top of the bookcase. Thank you. But yeah, that's who she's talking about is Umbridge. But there's a whole scene. It does. I got it out of the closet. It does happen. You do not need that much.
Oh, you gotta love it when two ADD people are just trying to get through the afternoon.
Take it. That's all you get. No, put it up. I'm sorry.
This is like this is you at the moment with Ari is like my best friend and my husband when they come into the room. It's like they're trying to multitask, and it's just like
Some things I can multitask. Some things I can't. But yeah, this scene that she's okay, great. Sit down. This scene she's talking about does happen in the movie, but it happens completely different because there's no Peeves. And he really just, I don't know, Peeves just adds so much spice to Harry.
I remember my daughter saying that she was pretty upset. Well, her words was she was peeved that Peeves wasn't in, because that's what we say, peeved, for being pissed off. So, but she was quite upset that Peeves wasn't in the books. In the movie. Sorry.
A lot of people were, because they did cast somebody.
Yeah.
And then I guess cut all the scenes that had him in it.
Neville's in the books more. You are right about him. The movies have him, but give him, yeah. Hello to Katie. Did we miss Katie?
I don't
think so.
I think I saw a comment from Katie, but it's way further down.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, Neville was more involved. I love how the others were so happy for Neville when he was surprised. Yeah. That is a friend. People who cheer you both in the good and the bad times. When it came out, I used to read it a little to my little brother, but after the first book, the movies came. After the first book, the movies came out, and he was all about the movies. That's fair enough.
You know what's crazy is this is the one series that my 14-year-old brother will read over and over again. Now he's dyslexic, so he has trouble like actually reading with his eyeballs. So he listens to the audiobooks, but my dad makes him read for an hour every night, and almost always he's reading either Percy Jackson or Harry Potter.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, to get someone to read, they've got to enjoy what they're reading. So, so it's fun to go back and see the stuff that's different in the movies. Yep, that's the fun thing that I'm having with these books as well. So. Just joining, still reading The House of Flame and Shadow. Hello, Chrissy. Thanks for joining. Have you listened to Mugglecast or the Pottercast, Neva?
I have listened to both. I also was looking through my podcast app because a couple years ago, I wanted to find all the Harry Potter podcasts that I could. So I did find a couple other ones. Like, I found Potterless, which might be interesting to people. This one, it's like the one co-host has never read Harry Potter before, and the other or the co-host himself has never read Harry Potter before, and then he has guests that have read it. So it's him reading Harry Potter for the first time, and then he has like a different guest every week that's a Potterhead.
Yeah.
And they like give little pieces of the book, like the pieces that he's read of the book, and they like discuss it. That one is fun. It's a little irritating because I feel like he definitely comes at it as like a grown man that's never read Harry Potter before. Like, he doesn't know anything about Harry Potter, so it's kind of, but it's like fun if you just want like fun. And then the one that I'm thinking of is Unspoiled. And this is like a whole series of things. Like, I have the Doctor Who one, I have Harry Potter, and I have Vampire Diaries, and I have The Walking Dead. But essentially, it's one co-host or one host has read all the Harry Potter books, knows everything about it, and the other co-host knows nothing about it. And then they discuss it that way. So those are both fun podcasts if you just want like fun podcasts. I would say that Sacred Text is a little more like serious because they're actually like breaking things down.
Yeah.
And not just like having a kiki. But I have listened to Mugglecast and I have listened to Parcast. I do like those ones too.
Hello, Shania. Thank you for joining and just popping on. Welcome.
That is the one we were talking about earlier.
Yes, this was the one. Yeah. What's the name of the podcast? That's the name of the podcast there, and you've answered it. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you. This is the Discord. If anybody is joining, sorry, it just jumped. Then I have no idea what happened. But this was the comment that I was going for though. This is the Discord. If anybody's looking for it, where we're putting I haven't put any thoughts over there as yet. I'm still collating from the first one, and whatnot. So yeah. Hello everyone. Still reading Harry Potter 1. Just finished prompt 3 with Trick Shot. Awesome. For those that are reading Harry Potter, that are doing Battle of the Girl Bands, you can use it for several
Harry Potter will hit
prompts. When
several
I find my
prompts.
prompt. It will hit several prompts. So Harry Potter 1 will hit the UK author. If you've never read this author before, it'd hit that one as well. But I find that that's probably only me. And Coda, because we're the only ones who haven't read it. Like, I feel like everybody else in the world's read it. And book 2 will actually, it also will hit a book with a name in the title. It will also hit a book with a cat in it. Book 2 will hit a book with an animal on the cover. And you possibly could stretch it, and if you wanted to, and have it as an anticipated read, because it is an anticipated group read, right?
I've been anticipating this for 20 years.
Okay, Rory.
I'm just reading your comment there, Neva, from Ari.
Thank God.
Funny. I'll be joining soon as I finish this chapter of Blackbird and Butcher. Awesome. Nicole, don't tell the book. It is. Say that again. Hang on. Nicole, don't tell the book it is a host fave. I have not read it. It's on my TBR.
I have no idea what book you're talking about. Now.
This is probably like an hour and a half ago.
Probably.
No,
Gosh,
I have
it's too
no
late.
idea what book it is.
I have no idea what
Yeah,
book
I
we're
don't-
on at this point.
Yeah, I don't either. Made food: eggs, hash brown, and fermented sauerkraut. Yum. Mixed together, microwaved with salsa on top. I'm hungry now. Like,
Yeah.
what's going
I'm
on?
gonna have to order Thai food now.
I've got to make some quesadillas a bit later. I've got to make the dough and everything like that.
When are
Which
you
book
making
starts
calzones?
out?
I thought you were making calzones.
Oh, sorry. What did I say?
Quesadillas.
I'm so sorry. That's also happening over the
wrong
weekend as
country.
well.
Well, when she said quesadillas, and then she was like, I need to make the dough. I was like, is she making homemade tortillas?
Well, I I also make the flatbreads for the quesadillas as well. So
That's
yeah,
annoying.
because thanks. Ari, I'm talking to your mum. Stop talking. Yeah, so I'm making the dough for the calzones, and I'm also making quesadillas because the 17-year-old last night said she wanted me to make some quesadillas if I was making calzones. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because
So I have to make the dough
Mexican
for
and
both
Italian.
of them.
Why not?
Yeah, like, of course, they want all different meals, and I'm that parent that will make the different meals. But I've always cooked all my life, so yeah. Which book starts out with the Quidditch match?
I
like
did
100
answer this,
pages
not
in-
realizing that it was like way up here. So I did answer it way down at the bottom. The Quidditch match is book 4, which is where all the plot completely changes from the movie. Like, it actually annoys, like, the 4th movie actually annoys me with how much that they left out, to be honest. And like, how, because the things that all of the things that they leave out, you'll see what I mean when we get there, but all the things that they leave out make it so that literally the plot of the movies no longer follows the plot of the book. Like, the outcome is still the same, but the main points are different.
Okay.
But that's
Cool.
that's book 4.
Read the first book in 2 days. I guess I missed the discussion where you guys were planning to read them back to back. For some reason, I thought it was a month. That's probably because you've been around for a while. Coda and I were reading Wheel of Time, pretty much one book a month, except for January. Yeah, we read 2.
Yeah. I think in December we read like 2 also. Or no, maybe it was November because Christmas and everything.
I can't remember.
Like there was another month.
I don't know, but
we were
one minute we were like halfway through the series, the next minute we were finished, and it's like, what the hell happened?
I missed that
we got excited. Got to play catch up with book 1, but I'm going to join the reread. Awesome. When are you having the second book done by? If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, we will be finishing that off on Sunday night. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, Monday.
Yeah.
Essentially, you have
first one. I feel like you could read both books in the next couple of days, and you'd be fine.
You don't have to read them that night, right? Like, so like tonight we're reading half the book. It's Thursday or Friday, depending where you're at. And you have until Sunday, right? When we start the second half of the book. So you have a few days. And just like you'll have from Sunday to the next Thursday to get the book completed before we start.
Yeah. So really, because we already had our book 1 discussion tonight, right? You really have until next Thursday to, like, if you haven't started book 1 for whatever reason, then you have until next Thursday to read both books. And I feel like you could do that you could do both books in a week.
Yeah, because it's less than 500 pages.
The audio is quick, especially if you listen to it at like 2 times speed like we do.
Yeah.
This one's only a total of like 4.5 hours or 4 hours and 40 minutes with the speed.
And I know not everyone has this option, but I actually listen to my Sunday pages at my job. Because you don't need to really pay that much attention. Like even if you've never read the
job or to the book.
The book. I just have to pay attention to the job, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to swirl away food.
I was gonna say that's probably something you shouldn't say online if it's your job.
Maybe for those of you handling heavy equipment, don't take Neva's advice.
No, so I have already read the books, so I know basically what's going on. But really, with the first 3 books, if you've seen the movies, then you know what's going on. Like, there's only obviously, like in book 2, like so far, like we do get like deeper into like the Weasleys. Like we know more about like the Weasleys and the denoming and all of that stuff, which I don't even think they do the denoming in the movie at all. Which I feel like that was a missed opportunity. That would have been fun to watch. But for the most part, like the first 3 books, if you've already seen if you've seen the movies at least like once and know what happens, then you don't necessarily need to be paying like it's not Wheel of Time. You don't need to be like trying to remember character names and crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I can't listen at work.
Jean was saying that she believes that there was a super long director's cut that came out on DVD back in the day.
Huh.
And our research assistant, Coda, is on that.
Yeah. Extended version. There is.
Okay.
159 minutes.
Oh.
It looks like maybe just for the first one though.
Yeah.
I feel like probably I've seen it then. You know, back in the day when we would pirate everything, I feel like my stepdad probably pirated that shit.
That would be interesting, Nicole, to see if the extended edition has some of the scenes that you were missing. You know what I mean? Like that you were like, oh, they should put that in there. It'd be interesting to see if those were filmed.
Yeah.
Would be. Because I do know that they filmed a lot of scenes that they then scrapped. Like, you know what I mean? Like they filmed a lot of stuff that was kind of like essential to the books, but then they scrapped it. And one of the things I'm pretty sure that they scrapped was anything that had to do with Peeves, which is like annoying because like I just feel like you left out like a huge character, but that's fine. What do I know? I'm just a reader.
Oh, hey, it looks like the extended version is on Max. So if you
Max. I'm about to go.
If you watched it on Max, then you watched the extended version, Nicole.
I don't have Max. I've got Stan here in Australia.
Well, if I've been watching the extended version this entire time, then there was no parts of Peeves.
Oh no, wait. Maybe they have both. Hold on.
I wonder if you have like
Peeves wasn't in my.
They do have both, and it's the extended version is not that much longer. It's only like 20 something minutes longer, 10 minutes longer, something like that.
Yeah. I don't think we actually have it. I haven't seen the extended version listed anywhere here, so. Riley was saying that she found it interesting that the kids wore pointy hats in the book. Thanks. Occasion says, thanks to Neva for the podcast. I just listened to the first part. I think I'll enjoy it. I love listening to podcasts and doing routine reports at work. This should last
and they're not super long episodes either. They're not like 2-hour episodes. I think they're like 30 to 45 minutes each. If you skip all the ads, which I do. Yeah, I think the reasoning, if I remember correctly, someone can correct me. I think people made comments that the way that the wizard hats were designed for the movie originally, they couldn't get a good design that looked enough like a uniform, but also like what we think of as like a witch's hat. And then there were some people that made comments that they looked like KKK hoods, which I don't know if that's actually true or not, because I don't think we ever saw a finished, I don't think the public ever saw a finished design of what these hats were supposed to look like. See what I'm saying? But I don't even feel like they wore their hats that often in the movies anyway.
No, they didn't really.
They wear their robes, and they would put their the hoods of their robes up. But I don't even remember them really wearing hats at all.
The only time I ever remember them wearing hats was when they were in the Great Hall for feasts and stuff like that at the end of the year.
Yeah, but they
all had the hats on because they threw them all in the air.
They kind of make it seem like they just be walking around Hogwarts with their hats on in the books. So I'm wondering if it was actually supposed to be part of their uniform, in the books, where they were supposed to be wearing their hats all the time, and then they just didn't in the movie.
Well, I mean, I guess in a way, it's sort of set up like a private school. They've got all the uniforms and all that sort of stuff. So private schools here in this country and also in the UK, they generally have a hat that is part of the uniform. And when you're we have boarding schools and private schools here that if you are walking out and about in public, you have to wear your hat. So that would probably be, yeah. Nell has also joined us. Hello, Nell. How are you? And Katie is also here. Hello. You were talking about the Goblet of Fire. And so
that's right. And then I realized that her comment had been 2 hours before I even answered.
But this is normal for Friday. We are talking books today. Normally we talk about all sorts of other stuff. I'll be in a work meeting when you come back from the sprint. But I will put Feybound down and pick it up later this month. I need something not high fantasy. That's fair enough. Even though the House of Flame and Shadow is technically urban, I just need something different, maybe a graphic novel or a horror.
Yeah, but even though Crescent City is urban fantasy, it's still a lot of world building. It reads, even though it's urban fantasy, technically it reads a lot like high fantasy with all the world building.
My sister called as we were just starting that sprint, and she was chatty. He read to one chapter of Harry Potter 2. That's okay. We have lots of those. I only got to over the whole 12 hours I think we went the other day on the first book. I only got to 45. And even still on Sunday when we started, I was still at page 45, and I read the rest of the book that day. So it's easy to catch up. Chrissy made it to page 494 of their book. That is awesome. Sarah made it to chapter 7. Excellent. I feel like we're in where we're supposed to be now. Finished Astronomer in Love by Antoine Lorraine and logged it as a steal. I might start A Girl on a Train next. Oh, I like that book. That was a good book. Heaps better than Gone Girl. Same sort of premise, but heaps better. I got most of the cleaning done, and I'm on chapter 12 of 11/22/63. Awesome. Spilled water on the wireless keyboard, so I had to order a new one for tomorrow. Oh no. Halfway through chapter 4 now. Awesome. I feel like we're all the people that are reading book 2 are around the same mark. How I ended up in front of you, I do not know. But anyway, finished the chapter of Blackbird and Butcher and read 2 chapters of Harry Potter and Making Dinner. Awesome. My mum has those, Nicole. Do you like them? The bone conducting headphones? Yes, I do, because I don't get sore ears. They were a little bit weird to get used to at first because I felt like I don't know, I'm a weirdo and I get like tingling sensations from Bluetooth stuff. So, yeah, it took a little while to get used to them sitting outside my ear, but I could hear it as if I had a speaker in my ear. I really like them, and I only got a cheap set, so I'm looking at a little bit more expensive set because I didn't want to pay like, you know, $100 or whatever for an expensive set and not like them. So I just went to AliExpress and got myself a cheap $10 pair, and they worked fine. The stereo comes through, they hook on, they don't fall off, they don't fall out of my ear, and they were just perfect. So I highly recommend them. I just finished dinner and got to the middle of chapter 3 of Chamber of Secrets. Look at you go, Steph. And here you were thinking that you were reading it next month. So you're all you're catching up for sure. Trying to find a mystery thriller crime book set in Georgia by a Black author and can't find one of my prompts.
That is really specific.
I don't have a mystery thriller. Well, I mean, I guess for me, it would depend on what you think of as crime. You could read Dear Martin. It's YA. It's by a Black author. And it's about a high school boy who goes to like the posh like private school. And their assignment is that they're supposed to write letters to a famous person, and he chooses to write to Martin Luther King Jr. and he's a Black teen, so it's a lot of like civil rights. There is an event that happens that changes the trajectory of what he's dealing with. There's a second book called Dear Justice. I DNF this book, I'm gonna be honest, because Justice is the boy in Dear Martin, and Dear Justice follows a different character. It's like the cousin of his best friend, of Justice's best friend, and he's in jail during this time. I didn't really connect with that character, so I had trouble reading Dear Justice. So I ended up DNFing it, I think like 20% in. But Dear Martin, I gave 5 stars. So I guess it depends on what you think of as a crime book.
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
I'm trying to Google and I'm not finding anything.
It's oddly specific, that one.
It's very specific.
Yeah. I mean,
if you like middle grade, like if you wanted middle grade fantasy, like there's the Amari books. They're set in Georgia and by a Black author. So, yeah, that's all I've got. The actress that plays Professor Umbridge is the oldest queen in The Crown. Yeah.
Yes.
She's a fabulous actress. And
she's a wonderful actress. She just
how's it going with Cream Coda?
I like Cream. It's wild. I have like
he said it's wild.
Yeah, it's just I don't like it's just unlike anything I read before. Because
what a way to start with your NetGalley arc.
86% in, so I think I have like 3.5 chapters left is all. So after Harry Potter, I'm gonna try to knock it out, and so I can have 100% on my NetGalley.
Most of us reading Harry Potter for the first time. I am. Coda is. Neither is not. And there's. I think it's probably a good mix. Like it's half and half, I reckon.
This is my 16th time reading this series.
That's a lot of times to read the same books.
Yeah. And honestly, I always find it's so crazy to me because I always find like new shit that I forget about stuff, or like I didn't notice it the last time I read it. But yeah, this is my 16th
And
time reading
a
the
lot
series.
of time with rereads too, you get a deeper appreciation for what you've already read, and you get more understanding because of different things that happen throughout your life and as you've grown as a reader and stuff as well. So
Yep.
That's why I like rereading, because you do learn something. Chris says, just don't submit Harry Potter as a buddy read, as I did. No, because it's not a buddy read for the Battle of the Bands. It's a
'cause
Dusty Book Sniffers and Coders buddy read.
Your buddy reads are specifically, they have to be specifically for girl bands, I think. So like River Enchanted counts as a buddy read.
Yeah, and the host favorites are also done as buddy reads.
Color Purple would work, right? Because you picked it specifically for girl bands, didn't you? Even though
Color Purple, Color Purple doesn't work, I don't think, because it's not. It has to be a host favorite or the River Enchanted.
Oh, okay.
Which is like the
yeah.
class buddy read, basically. Like it's the group read. Yeah. But now that I'm rereading the Color Purple, that might become a host favorite in the future because I mean it's
really compelling.
Good. You know what I mean?
It's hard to read, but it's hard not to read too, like it, because it's just so well written.
I am glad we did not try to read a book in one day, even though we could have done it.
Oh no, I thought no.
Yeah, no, need a little break after 6.
Like physically, we could have done it. It was only like a 5
because it's only like the audio only goes like at my speed, only goes for like 4 hours or something.
But could you imagine if we were like, yeah, let's just knock us out in a day? Absolutely not. I would be so depressed.
I'll show up to sprints the next day destroyed.
I'll show up just crying on camera. That'd be the whole sprint.
We'd be just sitting there and people would be talking and we'd be just like, yeah, whatever.
And then we'd be like, all right, we're going to go into an hour sprint. We go into an hour sprint, we would just come back. And
we're now going to go into a 3-hour sprint.
Anybody feel better? No? Okay, cool.
Have I just...
Oh, that's what they were saying. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
I can't see anything on the screen.
You can't see anything on the screen?
Oh, you're kind of going fuzzy too.
If you can hear me, Neva, you might have to take over comments.
I got it.
Yeah.
All right. So the person was talking about Stud in the Stacks, and Riley didn't want it spoiled, but they're saying there's no way to spoil it. Nicole is back. Hold on. Let me find where this comment is. Hold on. Oh my God. And now everything's jumping around. Thank y'all.
Hang on, I'll star it, and then if you click on star, it'll take you to that comment. You'll be able to find it. It's highlighted.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Honestly. Okay. That did not work. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Because my shit is just jumping around.
I'm back. I'm back to full swing now. So yeah.
All right, are you good?
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
And everything? Okay, cool. Yeah. No worries. I'm back. So, yeah. I don't know what happened then. The Wi-Fi kicked in. It was trying to boot me off and, yeah, it was doing all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, I'm like, you guys are laughing. I'm like, I missed the joke. It's all good, though. I think the person was talking about Stud in the Stacks and she didn't want it spoiled. I've read it and there's no way to spoil it. Yeah, not with your grandma in the audience. No way. Well, I got further along than I thought I did. I thought I only just finished the first 2 turns out of finished third Harry Potter back when it first came out. Well, there you go. There was a 3-hour extended cut film and test screen that was but never released. Well, there you go. I didn't know that either.
That's a lot.
Learning heaps today.
It's the first movie.
Yeah, I did know about this, but I knew it was never like given to the public. Like the public's never seen
it. Shannon, hello, how are you? Is the Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone extended version on Max the actual movie or the movie with the trivia?
I answered this one right after
Oh,
because
okay.
I saw it had popped up.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. Like they look. It says 159 minutes for the extended version, and that's how long the one on Max is. And then there's also this one that she's talking about with the pop-ups and stuff.
But that one like actually says that it's like the enhanced version or something like that. Like it actually marks it as having pop-ups and shit in it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but the other one isn't marked extended. And when you go to Google, it lists the one with the pop-ups as extended, and when you click on the link, it takes you to the pop-up one. So, but the one that has the number 1 on the cover is also the right length. Anyway, it's like 2 hours and 30 something minutes.
Just joining. Hello, Chrissy M. Thanks for joining. How is everyone and sending Coda? How are you doing? And sending you love and peace. Such caring people. And I've just frozen again. I can't click on the comments now.
I got it. Yeah.
You were laughing again because Nicole was going.
I remembered you mentioned Dear Martin. Let me see if my library has it. I think I remember you mentioned in the Discord. Yeah. So my library did have it. I read it, I think with my eyes. I don't think I did it with audio, but I think there is an audio. But I did read it with my eyes because I annotated it. And then some friends and I like discussed it or whatever. But I gave it 5 stars for you. Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, more nonfiction than fiction, if that makes sense, but it definitely has murder, but not a black author.
It's not a black author.
I know a lot of people.
First one that came to my mind too, but it's
I know a lot of people are trying to read black authors this month because it's Black History Month. Because like I have Blood Trials, which I'm trying to decide how I'm gonna make that. Actually, I have 2 books. I have the Shadow Regent, and then I also have the Blood Trials, both of which are by black authors, and I'm gonna make like a vlog or something out of it. I don't know. Hello, Nicole, Nikki, hello. I believe Razorblade Tears as a Cosby would fit. Yeah, I think Razorblade Tears may be a black author. Oh, but it's set in Virginia, so that's not gonna work. Hello, Lynn's reading Sisters of the Lost Nation. Are we almost at the end of the comic? Hello, Vanessa. Monica is back. Welcome back. Going to pick up Butcher and Blackbird. Wonderful. I need to read this. Like, I need to read it. Was that Nicole's way of pricing her dolphin noises for the buddy read anyway? She's talking about when she was
very funny. Out. Very funny. I seen that and started laughing. Oh my god.
We're reading to the beginning of chapter 10, so to the end. So you'll stop at chapter 10 at the end of chapter 9. Of book 2. Truly loved Razorblade Tears, but it is definitely a black author. Yeah, I think it is a black author, but it doesn't take place in Georgia.
This is saying Walter Mosley is one of the most popular like mystery authors that is black, and I'm trying to find a Walter Mosley book set in Georgia, but I haven't found one yet. But if you can find one for Shuri, he has a big list of books. Maybe one of them is set in Georgia.
I did not care so much for Butcher and Blackbird, but if you like body horror, then you might like it. I mean, I'm down for some body horror. I'm not gonna lie.
I like body horror. It's cool.
I'm kind of like Nicole is with smut. Like Nicole reads smut, but she doesn't really talk about it. I'm like that with horror. I read the horror, but I don't really talk about it.
It's not because I'm embarrassed that I read smut, because bring on all the smut. Like I don't care.
Yeah.
That it's just that I have people that follow me that don't appreciate the smut as much as I appreciate the smut, and then they do that head tilt. I can feel it coming through the screen.
I also feel
what are you reading?
That's why, like for me, like my smut reviews, which I do have a couple of smut reviews that are gonna be coming out on Patreon. They're gonna be Patreon exclusives because I can really go into like how I feel about the books and all of that. And then if you subscribe to that, then you can choose to watch it or you can choose to not. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna hurt my feelings anyway. I'm kind of like that with horror because I don't feel like my channel is really. I've never talked about horror really on my channel. So it's not like I don't have like the demographic of people that give a shit about the horror that I read. But I'm like, I'm down for some body horror. Like it's
Horror is my favorite subject, but I read or genre, but I read everything. And I don't really read a ton of genre throughout the year because I'm reading so much other shit. So
Well,
and
that's the same as me. Like I read a ton of different genres. My most lacking one would be sci-fi, but I'm trying to rectify that. But other, like, you only had to look at that review that I did, like the reading vlog. Like, I think I read every genre from cozy to historical fiction, horror. And
classics. I read pretty much every genre, but I'm not really. Here's the thing, I'm not really like a historical fiction girly in the aspect of I don't like Regent kind of like you know, like kings and queens type shit. I don't. No, thank you. I'm not gonna read that. But I do try to read sci-fi. I read a lot more sci-fi when I was like in high school than I do now.
Have you read 1122?
No, I need to. It's on my list.
That hits historical fiction and sci-fi and
That's
horror.
true. So when I say I don't like historical fiction, I definitely mean like I like Bridgerton. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing is I watched the show. Like, the show was good. Like, I liked it. But I do not give a shit to read that.
I like the show too, but I like the actor on the show. So
I mean, same. But I don't care to read it. Like, I don't care to read about like kings and queens and I don't care to read about that.
For me, it depends on. It just depends. And I read all the things, and y'all know I talk about all the things.
True.
No subject is taboo.
Hello, Rainy. You're more than welcome to hop on if you want. We're just over here reading Harry Potter.
But on that note, we've actually got to the end of the comments. Look at us go. In the first 3 hours, too, I might add.
We
Not
did
the
it.
first 8, in the first
High five through the screen, Nicole. Yes. Woo! We did it. We did it. We did it. What is that from? Dora the Explorer. Yeah. We did it.
Shit. I have a Dora Explorer story. My husband used to sing that when my oldest daughter was watching it. He used to walk in and say, like, her name's Dharma Jane, and the Chocolate song, he changed it so Dharma Jane likes chocolate. And then we went to SeaWorld, which is one of the theme parks here on the Gold Coast, and they had a Dora Explorer show. And we were walking in, and she was at this stage, she was 13. She goes, I'm not going in to watch this. And the people that were running the show heard it, and so they singled her out and made her get on stage, and they would sing the Chocolate song, and I got it on camera. Like, she was but then, like, she was embarrassed at the time, but then she was really happy because it was actually her favorite song from Dora Explorer. And I put it up on YouTube. I'll have to find it. I think I put it up on YouTube. I might have taken it down, but it was so funny. Like, she was sitting there and she was like giving us the stink eye. We were sitting up in the audience, absolutely wetting ourselves laughing. She's sitting there giving us the stink eye.
Hello, Brooklyn. Cannot wait to have you for Sprints After Dark. I feel like Brooklyn is going to be a regular guest on Sprints After Dark. I just feel like she has so much fun. Also, if you make
poor
her
partner, if you didn't see last week.
Right. We also make her ask Owen all of the questions that we need to know the answers to.
Yes, we must know the answers.
Which we're not going to share here. You'll just have to tune in to Sprints After Dark. But yeah, I'm so proud of us that we got through these comments.
That never happens, just saying.
It doesn't.
All right. We've changed to this is actually called the Hogwarts Library. So we've changed to that. I'm pretty sure I've muted everything. So yeah, something
what
a bit different.
timer is this? I need this timer.
This is on the lifeat.io app.
Okay, can you send me the link for that? Thanks.
Yeah, well, no worries.
Thanks. All
right, I've just got to get there and start it. All right, no worries. We will see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everybody.
Well, first of all, it's hard to hear you. But I can go first. You want me to go first?
Yes.
Okay, no, and I can hear you.
Yep.
So I made it.
I don't know what's going on with my StreamYards today. I'm just here. I'm just going to smile, and everybody else just do their thing.
I'll help you. I'll help you with the comments. It's fine. That's why you have me. Okay, so I have 4.5 minutes left of chapter 8, which is the Death Day Party. I forgot how fun this chapter is because they leave this entire thing out of the movie. Like, you do not, if you've never read the book, you don't even know that this is like a thing that happened. And yeah, I was like laughing the whole time. Like, I turned my camera off because I looked ridiculous, like the faces that I was making. Yeah, I forgot how much fun this chapter is. So that's where I'm at. So I have one more chapter, and then I'm buddy reading. What am I buddy reading? Punk 57 with my friend Cassie. So I'll read more of that after I finish this chapter and the next chapter.
I have to know your thoughts on that, Neva, because I hate it.
I like it so far, bro. I don't know what your issue with this book is.
Because it's a bully romance, and I've learned I don't like those.
Well, yeah, that's your problem.
And it's are they high schoolers? I'm like, ew.
So the high school aspect of it doesn't really bother me because I don't. My thing is like, unless you just like really pound home that like they're in high school, I don't think about it. In dark and bully romances, I just don't think about it really, because a lot of times, even if they're in high school, because it's like an adult book, they're written a bit older than that. So if they even mention school, I'm usually like, oh, they must be in college, even though they're not. So that doesn't really bother me. But yeah, if you don't like bully romance, I wouldn't even read Punk 57 because it's definitely bully romance.
I think the dude in Cream is like only like 16 or something like that. But
Yeah,
it doesn't bother me either because I used to be 16.
Right. I guess
Very
I don't.
easy for me to imagine myself being 16 again.
Hello, sir. How you doing? I only really think about it if it's like YA, or if it will bother me if it's like an adult dark romance. Like, obviously dark romance is adult, but if it's like in a dark romance and they just keep bringing up that she's in high school, like even Witsec didn't really bother me, and half of those characters were in high school. The only time it's really brought up is I think in like the third or fourth book, when that one chick from the gym shows up to the party and she's like, it must be nice messing around. She says a different word, but messing around with a high schooler, like, but she says it like out of spite. They're all like 18 years old. So yeah. Okay,
well,
Cody,
I only made it to chapter 7 because I ordered all the Thai food.
Delicious.
I got Tom Yum shrimp, and I ordered pad see ew like I always do, and he brought me something else. And I told him, I was like, this isn't pad see ew. And he was like, I think it is. Like, I can see the flat noodles. And I was like, this isn't pad see ew. There's no bok choy in it. And he was like, I don't think it comes with bok choy. And I was like, it most definitely does, dude. I order this shit like once a week. He said, well, just keep that. And he went back to, because like the restaurant's literally like across the street. Across like the highway. But
yeah.
Anyways, so now I have pad see ew and whatever the hell Elsie brought me, which doesn't look horrible. It just wasn't what I ordered. And I ate half of this Tom Yum shrimp, which is one of the best things I've ever put in my mouth.
I got to 2 chapters shy of finishing chapter 8.
2 pages?
No, 2 chapters.
You're 2 chapters shy?
I'm literally here in chapter 8,
She needs 2
and there's chapter
paragraphs.
9.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, sorry, 2 paragraphs.
2 chapters.
It's,
That's what
it's a
I was
day.
like, you're on
It's
chapter
a day.
6.
Okay,
I was
I'll read.
like-
I'll read Thomas
I was
Reed.
like,
It's a day. I need a drink already, and it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I need a
Reading the-
nap.
What
and a
are you
drink.
doing?
Hello. Well, first you give me my Christmas jams and shower chic because you know what that is. That is my life.
I'm jealous. You look comfy.
Comfy. I have like 30 pairs of Christmas pajamas, but that's another day. I'm reading a secret book, and I got to 40%, and honestly, I hate my life. I have not had a good book this month. It's fine. Everything's fine. And Eva knows. Oh, it's okay.
You'll find one.
I already
What book are you reading that you're not liking?
She can't say.
read it.
She can't say it's for a secret vlog.
Oh, okay.
I can't say, but no, and I'm very sad by it because I thought for sure it was gonna be a 5-star, and it is not that. It is not. So it's 5. But I'm gonna read a romantasy after this, and everything will be right with the world. Oh, look, it's Courtney.
Hello.
Uh,
How y'all doing?
How are you?
well, I had
I'm
to.
good. I'm good. I was editing and I just didn't want to do it anymore. So I was like, let me see what y'all do.
We're here. What are you reading, doing?
I am reading Blood Justice. I was doing some of that. I just got off my sprint a little while ago, but I was reading or listening to Blood Justice and doing a little bit of diamond painting, and then I decided to edit something. So that's it.
Wonderful. Oh, I guess I did work a little bit on my diamond painting too.
What's your diamond painting this time?
I'm doing the 10th, which is my Doctor Who. Hold on, I'll make myself big. Hold on.
Oh,
Here we go. My Doctor Who panel
Ooh.
by Mandy Montalano.
is that supposed to be David Tennant?
Yes.
Okay.
He's my
Also,
favorite.
Started my Doctor Who journey, and I was so excited, and then Netflix took it off halfway through, and I never finished.
I think it's on something else. Let me find out what else it's on. I think it's on like Max or something. I'll
I'm
find out for you.
Over. That was like 4 years ago. I ain't gonna remember nothing. I better start.
I rewatch Doctor Who all the time because I love them. Love
I
Doctor
know
Who.
it's good.
I definitely Nicole, I definitely want to do another Mandy Monzano, but the amount of 310 in this kit, it makes me want to pitch myself off the roof. Like the thing
How
is
is that?
it's not even big blocks of 310. Okay, like this container was full of 310, and this is how much 310 I still have left. I'm not even halfway done with this damn thing.
What is 310?
Yeah.
310's a color. It's black.
310
Yep.
is a true black. It's because and clearly I didn't think about this. It's a stained glass panel, right? Because it's Mandy Monzano.
Yep.
There's so much outlining, and it's all in 310.
I laugh because I have several charts that have a ton of 310, and I'm laughing because they're still up on my shelf and I haven't started them. So I will laugh now, and then you can laugh at me later.
Okay. But I would honestly, doing this Mandy Monzano has been really fun. And so like I'm glad that I got one.
Mhm.
It's kind of like Hannah Lynn. Like they're now both like in my top 10.
Yeah.
Because they're just like fun. And Hannah Lynn loves to use they love to put fairy dust drills in Hannah Lynn paintings, which is great. Do you want me to read these?
Yeah, because my comments aren't working. I
cool.
can't get anything to move.
So before we went to the sprint, Courtney said hello, and now she's here, which is
Hey,
great.
Courtney.
And Coda ordered Thai, as we know. Hello to Queen Victoria. Jessica finished Promises and Pomegranates, 4 stars. I'm so glad you finished. So glad that it's a high rating. We love to see it. I'm still only finished 1 book this month. It's fine. Rally. If you read another team's host favorite, is that considered a team read? What do I mark on the form?
Yeah, so if you're talking about the question that says like, was it a buddy or whatever the read, yes,
Yeah, all host favorites and then the River Enchanted are all considered buddy reads.
that's what I meant.
Yes. Oh, it looks like Nicole answered this, but it sends it for both of us, which I think is great and funny. Because it looks like we're both talking, but we're not. No problem.
It
Good
also
night.
sends Coda's messages twice too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because if you don't come down here and toggle it, it'll say like all destinations. So if you don't toggle it to what, but I never know who's commenting. Like I never know.
Because we can't
which
see
channel.
who's what channel.
Yeah, so it shows up twice for us, but it doesn't actually show up twice for
Right,
anyone
it
else.
shows it once on each channel.
Yeah, it's just gone to each channel.
Yeah. So
for all those on Nevers that got that random comment from about not knowing what we're commenting on, it's probably because it's over on my channel. So yeah.
You're welcome. Steph went to bed but made it to chapter 4, and we all said goodnight to her. I have lost track of which prompts I've read for. Either use the Instagram graphics or do what I'm doing and just check them off. Like I have mine set up in my journal.
Or print off the FAQs and highlight what you're doing.
Or do that. Yeah, I have mine like in my journal with like each book, and then I just check them off. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm probably not gonna read any of the books that I talked about in my whip and chat. So you're welcome.
Oh, I've swapped all mine out.
It makes me feel.
I don't even know why I did a TBR because
It's literally like I was like, oh, I can make this into a TBR. I've switched out my first jam book. I switched it out, and then I've switched out like 2 of the girl bands prompts already. So, are any of the books?
I switched out in my first 4. I switched out 2 of the girl band ones.
Yep.
And then I just went through it. I'm like, I've read 4 now. I've got all these other books. Let me just go and see what I can steal. So I'm actually reading for Neva as well this month, apparently.
She is. It's great. She read for me for Clue too.
That's cool.
I'm a terrible co-host. Thankfully, Nicole loves me anyway. I don't know why we're oofing. Oh, probably this. Probably. Nina had dinner, made tea, and made it to page 57. Wonderful. Hello to Rainy. DNF Punk 57. I mean, if you don't like bully romance, bro, you're not gonna like this book.
Wait, but I didn't know it was that when I went into it. I knew nothing. I just knew the name. That's it.
See, I know it was a bully romance because it made its rounds. What was it, last year on Instagram? Everybody was talking about it. Nobody was saying much about it, but I knew it was a bully romance.
Well, I did not.
7% in River Enchanted.
I gotta start that soon.
Made it to the middle part of chapter 7, enjoying it so far. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I had way too much fun with chapter 8. Like I was laughing, chortling. I had to turn my camera off because I would just look so stupid. Like I did not need the internet to do that. Ate dinner and watched book 2, but then got halfway through chapter 4. Everyone's making such good progress. Got 2 chapters read of Beyond the Bright Lights. There's Lincoln. Hello, Lincoln. I got to 88% in my audiobook of Life Class by Pat Barker. Started my print book of The Girl on the Train and fed all the cats. Very productive. I think Punk 57 would be up my alley. I'm going to add it to my list for girl bands. I mean, I don't know. Jean, Jean is in a chokehold over Zodiac Academy. She'd probably like 57.
I was about to say no because I know
because Zodiac Academy is very much bully romance.
Well, I like Zodiac.
I'll tell you.
I don't know what that says about me.
I don't know what to tell you. I like both. I liked the 2 Zodiac Academies that I've read. I liked, and I like Punk 57. Once my credits re-up for the year in March, I'm gonna buy the rest of the Zodiac Academy books.
Oh, nice.
Coda, do you have any Penelope Douglas on your shelf?
I don't. I don't read a lot of romance. So, like the romances I have on my shelf, I have the 50 Shades trilogy, but I haven't read it. and I have a lot of the FBI thrillers by Catherine Coulter because I read like the first 2 in high school, and those are fun mysteries. They're like raunchy mysteries.
You love a raunchy mystery.
I like raunch. I'm not really,
I've answered it, Jane.
I like everything. There's not going to be a lot of books you'll find where I can't find something that I like, liked about it.
I'm pretty much the same. I'll read anything. Like, it has to be a pretty bad story and poorly written for me to, or it's just boring the crap out of me. Like, I tried to read a military special ops one, and it had nothing. Like, it wasn't doing anything for me. It wasn't as exciting as I thought it was going to be.
What about
Considering they were behind Enemy. It was for people that had won like special awards. I don't know what they call them, but special awards for bravery behind enemy lines. I got about 2 chapters through, and it was just like, I just couldn't do it. I was falling asleep, so DNF'd it.
I even finish the bad books if they're bad enough, because I want to talk about how bad they are.
Not me. I'm the queen of DNF. I don't even care. I'm like, this book's not for me. Rainy, I don't know if you're gonna like Does It Hurt then, dude.
Why?
Because I think that one's a bully romance too. If it's anything at all like Haunting Adeline, because it's the same author, if their writing style is anything like Haunting Adeline, I don't think you're gonna like it.
You don't think I'm gonna like Haunting Adeline either?
Probably not.
What?
I mean, just being honest with the stuff that you read, probably not.
I can read dark.
It's not about the darkness of it. I just don't think you're going to enjoy it.
Okay.
I mean, we can try it because you wanted to, buddy. I was thinking about it because I can see it on my shelf over there.
I do want to read Does It Hurt though. I want to see what the shark smut is.
And I haven't picked it up because
Did you said just say shark smut?
Oh yes,
there's a shark
as in paws smut.
I did. I don't know.
I don't know what the context is, but there's some kind of shark something in it. But no, I'm waiting for you, Rainy.
What's the name of this book? I want to read it.
It's called Does It Hurt? Hold on, I'll grab it. Because I forgot I put it on my wish list and Nell sent it to me for my birthday.
Oh, okay.
H.D. Carlton.
Yeah, it's the same author as Haunting Adeline.
Does it hurt? Okay. Oh, well, it's a shark. I'm guessing yes.
No, this is like a girl on the cover. Hold on.
Yeah, cool.
It's like a girl and then the lighthouse and the ocean.
Is it on Kindle Unlimited?
Yes, it's on Kindle Unlimited.
If you tilt it so her nose is pointed up, it kind of looks like a shark fin.
But it doesn't really tell you a lot about the back because, like, it's just like a blurb. You know what I mean?
Nicole and I don't want to know what it's about, anyways.
Like, we
just want to see the cover.
Like, do you want me to do a dramatic reading of the back?
No,
if you want. I've got someone else also messaging me about what the shark smut is too.
Here, I'll read the back, and you guys can decide if you're interested. Okay, it's kind of long. It's
Neva, just find the shark scene and read that.
Hell no, because I'm not ruining myself.
Don't do that. Don't ruin it.
It's just over 400 pages. So this is what it says. It says, "Who am I? I've forgotten the answer to that question long ago. Ever since I ran from that house, so desperate to escape, I left with only the clothes on my back and socks on my feet. After that day, I've only ever walked in stolen shoes." Wow. Could I be a girl who is searching for the meaning of life in faceless men? They were all so forgettable until he came along. He took me under a waterfall and made me forget my name, and in return, I took his instead. Enzo Vitali. At least I'm assuming that's how you say his name. In enigmatic man that will only ever love the deep sea, or rather the predators that inhabit it. Turns out he's not so different than the monsters he feeds. He lured me onto his boat like a fish in the ocean, seeking vengeance for my crime. Had I realized his intentions and that a massive storm would leave us shipwrecked, I would have run. Now I'm a girl who's seeking refuge in a decrepit lighthouse with a man who loathes me almost as much as he craves me. He wants to hurt me, but the old caretaker of the abandoned island may have intentions far more sinister. It's no longer a question of who I am, but rather, will I survive?
I feel like I read the whole book now.
How many pages is this book? Because it sounds cheesy enough for KU that I would want to read it, but it has to
She
be.
said it's 400. It's
250
about
pages
200
or less.
pages.
No, it's 400. So my paperback copy is 404 pages.
Nah, I'm good.
Because we have to. Here's the thing. According with KU, you have to remember that if they have put it on Kindle Unlimited, they can't sell it anywhere but Amazon.
Oh,
That's
really? I didn't know that.
For
They're
the
in
first 3 months.
Right, they're in contract with Amazon for at least 3 months.
If you want your book to be on KU when you self-publish anyways, then you can't have it published anywhere else for 3 months.
Right.
So like if it's coming out on paperback, it has to come out on
From
Amazon. You can't.
Now I think.
Oh, 3 months isn't that bad.
But you also have to remember that they get paid per page count, and some of the authors will renew their contract with Kindle Unlimited after 3 months. So, like, you know what I'm saying?
It's not
Yeah,
a
but
bad
I
premise.
don't think that it has to be published exclusively after the 3 months. I could be wrong.
I know that their audiobooks do.
Well, yeah, it could be.
Their audiobooks have to be. I don't know how it works with regular books, but I just assume that any book that I pick up off of KU is going to be at least 400 pages because they get paid by the pages you read.
See, that's crazy because the
Not
books
the
that I
amount
pick up off KU are 250 or less. Like,
It's like that explains why all these books are 200 pages too long.
Yes.
exactly. Yeah, like that to me sounds good, but 250 or less. Like I have a strict limit about certain cheesy books. Like I enjoy that premise that you just said. I find nothing wrong with it for 200 pages or less.
So
the 400 you just said, just write that out.
So this is one. So here's the thing. It's one scene, and it's the only scene anybody ever talks about in regards to this book. But I don't actually know if it's actually smut with a shark. You see what I'm saying? On TikTok got taken over when people started reading this book about the shark scene, but nobody really gives any details. So I don't know. I put it on my wish list probably like 2 years ago, and then Nell sent it to me, and I got it, and I messaged her, and I said, did you pick this out for me, or did I put this on my wish list? She was like, no, I just looked at your wish list, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well, you read that and let me know, because I'm not reading 400 something pages.
Yeah, but I want to know too, but not the whole book. I just want to know about the shark scene.
I mean, I'll let you know when I read it. I'm waiting for Rainy. She wants to buddy read it, so.
Sure, we will buddy read it. But my question with KU is, if you borrow a book and then the author takes it off KU, if you downloaded it already, is it there till you send it back? Okay, because the woman
as long as you don't send it back and your account and your subscription doesn't lapse.
Okay.
So like if you lose Kindle Unlimited, then you'll lose your books. But so like when I read Magnolia Parks and Daisy Hates were both taken off of Kindle Unlimited before I finished Daisy Hates. And up until I bought the books, it was still showing Daisy Hates as being on KU, even though it wasn't.
Okay, because there's a series that I was about to start reading, and I think the author announced the other day that she was taking them off KU, and I went, oh, I need to
just make sure that you don't take them off of your Kindle. Like, don't send them back. Sorry for the dogs. Don't send them back to Kindle Unlimited, and make sure that your account, like your subscription, doesn't lapse, and you should be fine.
Oh, goody doke goody.
That's how a lot of people read like Verity, because she took that off Kindle Unlimited, but a lot of people could still read it because it was still like downloaded to their Kindle.
Okay.
I bought that shit.
You what?
I bought Verity because
I don't have them.
It.
I don't have them in front of me, but I have the original like version of it, and then I have like the collector's edition, like the hardcover that has like the bonus epilogue. Don't read that.
I have that too because it was $4 the other day at Books A Million.
Oh, I pre-ordered that shit. I'm not even ashamed. The characters in my books tonight are all drinking wine, so I got out the rest of yesterday's bottle to finish during these sprints.
See, that's
Yes.
smart. That's what I
Doctor
should have
Who-
done instead of finishing the whole bottle last night.
Doctor Who is on Disney Plus.
No, you're lying.
At least
Okay.
I know that the new Christmas special from 2023 is, because I watched it on there. So I'm sure that they've put the rest of them on there as well.
Well, that's exciting.
Diamond painting. Oh, thank you. I really like it. David Tennant and Matt Smith are my favorite doctors. I like David Tennant and oh my god, Capaldi. I've heard there's no smut in River Enchanted. So I'm just gonna tell you now, as someone who's read this author before with a book that I'm not going to talk about because we're boycotting.
Not super smart.
She doesn't really write smut.
But
Like the sex scenes are implied, you know that it's happening, but she writes very much for YA audience as well. So she
I was gonna
writes.
say, isn't she predominantly a YA
Yeah,
author?
She
Yeah.
writes so that older teenagers can also read her.
Oh,
So
I
she,
also forget that Divine Rivals is YA, and I'm like, you should have just made it adult. But
yeah.
it's fine. But that doesn't bother me. So
But, I mean, there's not any smut in that book though.
no, I know, but I just saying I just don't even view it as YA. Like I forget. I don't know.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, most of her books are predominantly YA. So, hope everyone is enjoying. Hello, Vanessa. Hope everyone is enjoying the books. Reading the second book in the Mortal Instruments series. Have now started chapter 17. Wonderful. I don't know why we're thinking Nicole, but
Because we were messaging privately in Instagram.
oh, I got you. Okay. Send this Stacks is an actual book. I thought it was a joke. Yeah, it's an actual book. A bully romance. So basically, is where one of the characters, usually the male main character, is a bully to the female main character. It can be the other way as well. Like, or you can have both main characters that are bullies to each other. It's basically like love to hate, or no, hate to love.
Hate to love. The other way around.
Hate to love.
So you're
but-
having a day too.
in this situation, when I'm talking about Punk 57, they're like childhood pen pals that then meet in person and hate each other. Like that's basically the premise. But the dude is pretty bully-ish to the girl, so that's what a bully romance is. There you go. Yes, like Helga Pataki and Arnold from Hey Arnold, exactly. Pod is a sort of bully romance. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with the animals under the water.
What? What book is this?
Would you categorize this as a bully romance, Nicole?
No.
It's a bottle-nosed romance.
It's from the perspective of a dolphin. Okay, so the main character, let's say the main dolphin, gets evicted from her pod, and basically then she sort of joins up with another pod, and we're looking at that pod, and there's 3 dolphins, juvenile males, that basically are assholes, for lack of a better term. Because dolphins are not nice creatures, so it is drawn on what they're actually like in nature. And so basically, these 3 dolphins, they rape other dolphins that are on the fringes of the pod, because there's a hierarchy through the pod. And yeah, so they're just arsehole dolphins basically, and it's about the younger dolphin trying to find her way back. And yeah,
I'm very intrigued by this.
it's all from the perspective of animals. But I will say this, and the reason why I did not like this book, like the story, great, highlighting the fact that humans are just destroying the oceans, great. What I had the problem with was the fact that the author sometimes forgot that she was writing from the perspective of a dolphin.
Oh, really?
So it felt a little bit confusing in some parts of it, because I'm like, hang on, are we looking at this from a human, or are we looking at from the and you sort of had to go back and read a couple of pages. That's how I felt about it. I don't know. Chris has read it, and so has Shannon. So Shannon loves this book. I don't know what Chris is. I forget what. I don't think Chris likes this book either.
Okay.
And there was a lot of other people that DNF'd it. Like they didn't even get 100 pages into it, and they DNF'd it. It wasn't a large book anyway, but
What was it? One of your clubs?
it was from the Women's Prize for Fiction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You can read it with me and Neva in September if you want, Rainy.
All right, let's do it. Oh wait, we're reading A Little Life next month.
We are reading A Little Life next month. Are you ready?
Y'all have fun with that shit.
Oh, good luck with that.
You'll never pay me enough to ever pick that book up ever again.
That book is just trash.
What is the big deal about this book?
I read.
I'll probably really like it.
I read Coda. I'm not sure you will, to be honest.
It's
telling you,
not
there's
great.
not a lot of books that I don't like. I'm really good about.
But
like-
with the life events that you've had recently, I don't think you'll.
I don't let events and books affect my pleasure of the book. If that makes
because
sense.
the whole
I'm there
book,
for the ride, and whatever happens in the story happens in the story. I don't get upset when things that bother other people happen in a story. It's
in my opinion, the whole,
you know what I mean?
whole,
So I move on.
in my opinion, that whole book was just like.
Well, it's getting
was
too close to
trauma-formed.
March for you to talk too much about it because I actually don't want to know anything about it. I'm just going to go into it blind.
I'm blind too.
I know that it's supposed to be heart-wrenching and tragic and traumatic. So that's enough for me to know about it for now.
I didn't find any of those. I just found
Well, you can find out about our journey.
You can discuss it with me, Neva, because I've read it and I hated it. It was.
I stopped it. I stopped at 30%.
Well, I'm gonna.
I read it. I read the whole thing because my daughter wouldn't let me not read the whole thing. And then when I closed the book, and I just went, no. It was just trash.
It'll probably really depend on the writing style and the author's voice and how well he does of putting me in the character's self, because when I go into a book, that's mainly what I'm looking for, is to be at one with a story. You know what I mean? Like to be completely engrossed, to be moved in some way, whether that's to be thrilled or horrified or saddened or made happy or whatever it is. If an author can make me feel something that wasn't being felt before I read whatever I read, then that's an accomplishment for me. As far as sad content goes, I'll just cry it out and it'll be fine. Crying is therapeutic. It's cool. I'm good at crying.
I make Rainy cry. It will it? I don't know. Rainy don't cry at nothing. I'm cold.
I don't think
cry
it will make
easily.
you cry, Rainy.
What?
I think it'll make you angry, but I don't think it'll make you cry.
Okay.
I honestly think that you will probably DNF at the same point that Neva did.
I don't foresee Rainy liking it at all.
I
If
foresee-
Rainy
no.
likes it, I'll be surprised.
Okay.
To be honest,
Seeing when all of you guys are talking about like to like a book, you're talking about the story.
I'm talking about the book. I'm talking about the book in general, because I knew going into this book what it was about. It was given to me actually by my therapist to read it. She suggested it to me. I knew what this book was going into it. I didn't like the way that it was written, and I didn't like the way that things in the book were portrayed. It's very much like
It's a generalization.
and it's
I
shock
found.
for shock's sake, and I don't
Yeah.
and I also don't like when authors write about things that I don't feel like they really know anything about, because then it just becomes a generalization and it becomes a stereotype of what they think the events in the book that they're writing about are supposed to be.
Yeah. I would have to agree with all of that.
That was my issue with the book. It could have been a good book, but when you try to lump a group of people that have dealt with something, when everybody deals with certain things, traumas, whatever, differently, and then you try to lump everybody into reacting to things the same way, it pisses me off. And I feel like that's what the author did with that book.
Well, we will see.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like it interests me, and the cover is extremely boring.
You mean
I
you
love the cover.
don't like this? You don't like this?
Honestly, in my opinion, the cover was the best part of the book. The cover was what made me say, okay, if you want me to try to read this, I'll try to read it.
Yeah, I know.
I
I like
don't know. I felt like the guy on the front of the cover looked like he was going to the toilet. Like it's not an
I
attractive
don't know. That
cover
doesn't
at
appeal
all.
to me at all. Like I'm
He's
not
like, oh no, not Henry again.
It looks like a political memoir. Like I look at that and I'm like, well, Harry Truman. You know, it just does not appeal to me at all.
Like I feel you, man. I feel you.
Did you read this one, Nicole?
Have the author's first book. Oh, tell you,
This is
yes,
by the
it is
author of
from the
Pod.
perspective. Yes.
You read
And
this
it's
one
from-
too?
No, I haven't. I have it on my shelf. It's only a short book too. So
Like I've seen the B movie. That's from the perspective of
I was going to read it, but after I read Pod, I'm like, I don't know whether I want to. So
yeah,
That's-
B
there.
rape would probably be way more violent.
Hello,
Oh God.
Chrissa's not the biggest fan of A Little Life.
mm.
Hi, Carissa.
Take that for what it is.
Yeah.
But I also agree with that. It's definitely just, I don't know. It could have been a good book. I actually had high hopes for that book, to be honest. And then I DNF'd it at 30% because I didn't like the way that things were being portrayed. And books don't usually trigger me clearly, the things that I read, but that book triggered me because of the way that things were portrayed in the book. A Little Life doesn't interest me, although I know some have enjoyed it. So Shannon is not being paid by the author of Pod, y'all. Don't worry.
I think the reason I was interested in A Little Life is because it had such high literary acclaim, and I like literary fiction. I really, really like literature, even though sometimes I'm not in the mood for it. When I am in the mood for it, I feel smart and stuff.
Chris did like Pod.
Although I am reading a literary fiction book right now that is not that good, but this will be better. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see.
Thing with literary fiction is if you're not in the mood for it at the time,
Yeah,
it
not
won't
do it
work.
at all.
Like you have to be in the mood for lit.
I think I'm not in the mood for this book right now. Unfortunately,
Happens. Read it later. You might really love it.
I can't read it later because it's for a vlog. It's fine.
I mean, with Coho, I feel like you know
Oh.
exactly what you're getting into if you decide to read Colleen Hoover.
Do you with Verity? Like I hear Verity is way different. Like her other books aren't extreme.
I
like
mean,
that, right?
With Verity triggered me, but that's just because like there's something I'm like, no, sorry, that is a hard no. And I'm sure
I mean, Verity, I feel like is going
What
to
was
trigger
in
you.
Verity that was a hard no?
If you're a parent, if you are a parent,
some children
theoretically, especially if you're a mother,
yeah.
theoretically, Verity may be triggering for you
Like there's
because there's
Clearly, I'm cold-hearted because I can't even remember.
because there's
Same. I'm like, I remember it was effed up, and that's all I remember about Verity. And I remember while I was reading the effed up parts, I was like, oh my God, this is so effed up. Ah!
I know, but I had just had Lincoln when I read it, and I went, oh!
Verity was like my one and only Coho book. I enjoyed it, but I think just for the simple fact that she's so overhyped, I'm like, okay, let me see who else is out there. But I enjoyed Verity. I will say that.
I did too. It's the only one I had a desire to read though, because it's a thriller,
I
right?
only read that and It Ends With Us, and I have other books of hers, and now I'm just like, I have no desire to read these ever.
Coda, if you liked Verity, you might like Layla.
Yeah,
Is it
Layla's
also
pretty good.
Coho?
Yeah, that was
But
pretty
it's
good.
it's a paranormal thriller.
Okay.
I think I
You
read
might-
Layla way back in the day and didn't know that I was reading Coho. I have to go back and look, but I
You
think I have
might-
read that one.
I'll go
You
look
might,
at it.
Coda, also like the book Too Late, which last I checked, Layla and Too Late are both on Kindle Unlimited.
Mm.
And you might
don't
like.
have-
There's
don't
still
have-
quite a here in
What
Australia, there's
is
still quite a number on there.
what is Never Never considered?
Ew, don't read that. Well, you might like it. I don't know. I hated that book. I gave it 2 stars.
Oh, Chimmy.
It was a piece of shit.
Okay.
It would be considered like, I don't know
I need a
what it would
book
be
that has
considered.
double words for buzzwords.
Never- I mean, you can try it. I wasted.
Try it if you didn't like it.
Read There. That's a good book and it's double words. I loved it.
Who is that?
Double words. I'm all trying to think.
By Tommy Young.
This is for y'all.
There.
This is for you, Coda.
Oh,
Jamie will
cool.
join you.
Jamie's gonna join our masochism reading fest.
Please do add me to the Voxer because, like, I'll have a lot to say.
Yeah, I want to be added. I'll be added to the Voxer
Add Neva and I to the Voxer, please.
because I want.
Please include us.
I really would like.
I
to
need
see
to
everybody-
get Rainey's Voxer.
I would like to see what everybody's
Instagram
thoughts
me,
are on
Rainey.
it. But that
Okay.
book pissed me off. Chrissy has a little life on her
We need
shelf,
to,
but
like,
don't know
break
if she'll
the
read
book
it.
up, too. Hold
Yes.
on.
Yes. Otherwise, I will not stay on track.
Here's another one with double words, Rainy.
Talk.
Oh, okay. Let me look this one up too.
What's this for? Buzzwordathon?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's for a couple of months, but I cannot find one to save my life that I know of.
I
Okay.
can't
You
think
like
of any.
thriller?
I can't think of any books that have
Nonfiction?
double words in them.
I know.
Look
Off
to
the top of my head.
the thriller genre or crime fiction. They always generally have double words on them.
Yeah,
know,
knock, knock.
Like, I even looked at my shelves and I couldn't find one. And I was like, Rainy, you have over 700 books and none of them have double words?
See, I do my
Ooh,
buzzword
you have
card for
something.
the year, so that way I have a whole year to figure it out instead of the month.
Which crap, I didn't even remember what word I'm supposed to do for this month. Oh yeah, a positive word. I don't got no positive words. I ain't positive. I'm kidding. But I don't know. I'll figure it
All
out.
right. Are we ready to go for a sprint?
Yep, we're at the bottom of the comments.
Okay, cool. Look at us
I'm
go
ready.
twice.
No way, twice in one night.
Oh no! Do not expect this again, people. Just saying. Well, today
Crazy.
maybe, but don't expect it over the weekend. It's not going to happen. Alrighty.
Next week it won't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. All right. We've got
Ooh,
the
time
library
to-
again.
Finish those pages.
See you in 60. All right.
Hello.
Hey.
I think Nicole's having technical difficulties.
What is going on?
I can hear you like faintly.
Okay. But you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I finished my pages. It was a great time. And then I just listened to Harry Potter and the Sacred Text for the rest of the sprint. Which I'm on. I don't know what episode it is, but I'm on. I mean, I guess like episode 5. I don't know, because I'm on chapter 5 of book 1, and they do like 1 chapter per episode. So basically, I'm just trying to listen to all of book 1, and then the first 10 chapters of book 2, like before Sunday, which is fine. And then after that, what I'll do is I'll just like listen to. I haven't decided if I'm going to like listen to a chapter or read all of the pages and then listen to the rest of the chapters. You know what I mean? But what I may do is I may like, because you can set like a timer on Audible.
Yeah.
So I may just like listen to a chapter and then listen to the episode of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
That way it's like fresh in my brain, because they don't read you the chapter. Like they expect that you've already read it.
Yeah. That's fair enough. How'd you go, Coda?
I also finished our pages. And yeah, it's fun. Chapter 8 was funny. The ghosts are funny.
They are. And how'd you go, Ronnie?
Well, I put Lincoln to sleep, so that was the main thing. And then I didn't read. I was working on a project for my kids / for my music teacher shop, because I'm making a rhythm stick routine to Beat It by Michael Jackson for Black History Month. So I was working on that.
Cool.
Yeah.
I also finished my pages and read 10 chapters, which they're short chapters of It Ends with the Night, which is a assassin thriller
Oh.
book. And it's the last one in the series, and I am using it to steal some prompts from somewhere. Where am I stealing? From the Spice Girls by Pop Author.
How dare ye?
Mate, I am ripping everyone blind. This is my 9th book already, and I've only got 3 hours
I
left.
am only on book 4 because I've DNF'd 3 books, so I should be on book 7, but that's not my journey. Which Neva should be proud. I've DNF'd 3 books. Like,
I mean, I'm proud of you that you have DNF books that you do not enjoy.
I know.
But because I know what 2 of those are, I'm just wondering what you plan on doing with that.
Wait, because of new ones?
No, because I know what 2 of your DNFs are for.
Oh, I mean, I still filmed content around it. Like, that video is coming out. It's a collab. It's coming out. I've already had a chitty chat with this person. We're moving on.
That's fair. You need me to read
I feel
comments,
like
or
I'm
you
left
got
out of the loop.
You'll know.
I don't know. Well, I can move them. Where were we up to?
I
You didn't
started.
star that time. Did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, you did too. Yes, there we go.
I'm so
All right. Well,
professional.
it seems to be working for me. We'll see how well it goes, because I got locked out of comments before. This is like an ongoing saga for Kristen. This is a little bit scary. The fact that, so we're not allowed to do that here, to sublet. Like, you can't lease a property and then sublet it
Oh, you
out to
can't hear.
someone else.
You can't. You can't.
That,
hear.
like,
I could rent an apartment and then sublet it to like Rainy.
Yeah, so you
We would
can
just
have, like, you can rent a place and then you can have people move in with you, but their names also have to go on the lease.
So
And that
like
you're not allowed to
so,
sublet.
like me and Rainey would have to write an agreement, but her
Mhm.
agreement wouldn't be with the actual apartment.
Yeah, see, we're not allowed to do that here.
Like so if she like destroyed the apartment while she was subletting it, it would fall on me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you would do that,
years and years ago, someone could rent an apartment and you could have people live with you and they wouldn't have to be on the lease, but then they changed the laws saying that everybody has to be. I mean, there are people that don't do that, but for most part, people will put the other person on the lease, and then the responsibility falls to everybody that's on the lease.
Well, and it's not like that everywhere. Like some places won't let you sublet.
Yeah, so some places won't let you sublet.
Like they'll stipulate in your lease that you can't sublet.
It's just across the board here, as far as I'm aware. But then again, I haven't been in the rental market for a long time, so. And they also do house inspections like every 3 months or something. So the real estate comes around and checks everything every 3 months. But this is a little bit scary. Like, yeah. Staying with family until the locks are changed. That's fair enough. Courtney went off to bed as well during that sprint and said thank you and sleep well. And Neva was saying, glad that you're safe to Christina.
Also, the one that I saw above, what was it? Kristen's, that Jean said that Brie was reading one by one, but I was like, does that count if the double words are not next to each other?
I don't think that they had to be next to each other. I think it just had to have to say multiple words. Because
they just have to have the same two. They have to have the same word more than once in the title.
Okay, that opens up more possibility. And also, Chrissy, you are right. Enchanted is positive. So there you go. I have my positive word. River Enchanted.
Monica says the work day is over. Picking up Butcher and Blackbird now. So excited.
Oh, I love that. I hope you like that book. That was a good book.
Don't know if I'll stay, still be here when you all come back, but if I'm not, good night for now. Night, Ali. I don't know if you're still here or not, but good night if you're not. What is everybody reading? Well, we were reading Harry Potter book 2, and Rainey was reading
a secret book.
Secret book.
I'm probably gonna switch in this next sprint. I didn't have time really by the time that I finished and like got situated to start moving on to something else. Because I took some notes on Harry Potter before I switched. I probably will finish my chapter point 57 because like I'm in the middle of a chapter, but it's like a 17-minute chapter. And by the time I was done like taking my notes, I didn't have time. So
fair enough. I am reading Yasmin Ango's It Ends with Night, which is the last book in a trilogy. What are you reading, Coda?
I'm going to go back to Cream.
Cool. You said you only got 3 chapters left of that, don't you?
Yeah, I'm at like 80-something%, 89 or something like that.
Cool. Can't wait to see your review for that one. Jamie finished Life Class, and the cats seem to think that a print book is an affront to their sensibilities. So I picked up another audiobook, Horror Store by Grady Hendrix. This is on my Audible to read as well, or to listen to. Finished 16% of Horror Store, which is fun so far. Also,
I have that, but I don't know if I'll ever read that because, like, me and Grady Hendrix do not jive. But then I keep picking up his books. So
I have that book too, and haven't read it.
I haven't read it yet. I have it on my Kindle because it was $2 last year on like the Kindle deals, but I really want to own it physically.
I know my brother was like, I didn't like this book. Do you want it? And I was like, yes.
I love Grady Hendrix, so
I've always had a fun time reading his stuff.
I've only read my best friend's Exorcism, but I really
we sold our souls.
I love that book. I gave it 5 stars.
I know you do. That book is hot trash under my feet.
I love that book. Here's the thing. I feel like people, not just like not you specifically, Rainy, but people in general, I think go into Grady Hendrix and take him too seriously.
Oh, I
Like-
knew that book wasn't serious. I
Like
didn't know what was going on.
he writes satirical horror. He does not write serious horror.
Mm-mm.
I know, but
Yeah,
I did
very
not
like
know you-
80s B movie.
Yeah. So like for me,
The most
Like-
stupidest horror movie you could think of. That's what
Yeah,
what he's writing
with-
reminds me of.
But entertaining.
Yeah, but at the same time, like a train wreck, you
I-
can't stop watching.
I enjoyed We Sold Our Souls because I didn't try to think about it too hard.
I mean, I didn't try to think about it. I couldn't think. It was too hard. It went right over my head. I was like, nope, no. I couldn't tell you anything of what happened in that book.
Actually, I really want to do a reread of that this year.
Oh,
Well, let me know when you do, because I'll read it with you.
Okay.
there are
And
people
Probably
I like Grady Hendrix.
that are
So.
still
If
mad.
it's after September, I'll buy it and read it too.
it's probably gonna be like October
Yeah.
because I think I'm gonna do like a horror vlog in October.
Okay, see, but there are people still mad at me from last Battle of the Boy Bands when I made that our team buddy read, and every time I mention it, they're like, "Rainy, I can't believe you made us read that book. It was so bad." I'm like, "I'm sorry, friends. I'm sorry."
I was the only person that liked it. I gave
I
that shit
know.
5 stars.
And then
Actually, I think Brittany gave it like a low 3. But I listened to the audiobook while I was at work, bro. I was having the time of my life with that book. Plus, like I bought the physical book because like back then I was buying physicals of everything because like in somewhere in my brain I was like, well, if I don't own the book, then I can't read the book. Like that was what was my. I don't read.
still
physical
have that problem.
You know, Coda and I
I don't.
have physical books for their shelf trophies for our audiobooks.
Yeah, I've decided that once I get all my books from Dolly's, because I'm missing a box of books, my birthday will be the exception. Because I do buy books like on my birthday, because like who doesn't? You know what I mean? But otherwise, it has to be books that I know that I've like enjoyed or that I think I will enjoy. So like I have the first Magnolia Parks book in the original cover. So I'm gonna order the rest of them from Blackwell's because I already own them on my Kindle anyway.
Mhm.
And I know myself well enough to know that I'm gonna want the whole series on my shelf. You
That's
know what I
fair
mean?
enough.
I
But like
collect the whole series before I read everything.
right.
I get
But-
amused. I just
Yeah. But the rest, I mean, but I'm trying to be really like I haven't bought any physical books this year yet at all.
Mhm.
Because I'm trying to be like, I'm not gonna lie to you and say I haven't bought Kindle books because that would be a lie. I would be lying right out my teeth. But I have not bought any physical books because
I've bought a
I love
lot.
buying physical books.
I will be buying the Jacksonville Rays series though, the entire thing.
Mhm. Is that pucking around?
There, I know I think I put all of them on my wish list because I know that I want to have those as physical books. Because I want to annotate them. There's just so much stuff that I annotated in the ebooks that I wanted to just annotate the physicals.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Got some work done while watching Big Bang Theory. I was watching this last night too.
I love that show.
It cracks me up every time. Every time I watch it, there's just something more you glean from an episode. Sitting there, midnight last night. There is also a BIPOC author, if that helps with any other prompt too, Rainy.
That's good to know. I will look into that for sure.
Horror Store will be my 9th book for girl bands.
What
Awesome.
team are you on?
Destiny's Child,
Oh, Philly.
I think.
That is not helpful.
I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what Jamie said the other day when she joined. She lived here for about a month. 3 or 4 men were living there without her. They were never on the lease. Nice. She sounds like a real sporty neighbour like mine. Mine were having at it yesterday, smashing things and slamming doors and all happening. They don't pay the electric bill, had broken things, and also grilling on my balcony today, which is a major risk. There's also a leak in their apartment, impacting the downstairs apartment. It sounds like a top apartment. Where do you live? Oh my goodness. Sounds like a circus. The random men were paying the women who were supposed to be living there. They were not paying the office.
I mean, in the places where I know you, like in the places I've lived where you can sublet, that's how they do it. You make an agreement with the person that's renting, the person that's actually renting the apartment or the townhouse in this situation.
Yep.
Has the agreement with the office. Now they let the office know I'm subletting or whatever, but they don't actually pay the office. They pay the renter, and then the renter is responsible for paying their rent.
Someone just walked up my driveway. I think it was the postman dropping my parcel to the back of the house. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. I still didn't get the ending of Horror Store. Okay. I have it on my thing. I've had it there for ages because it was free on Audible for a while. I really liked the Southern Book Club.
Yeah, Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires.
Yeah.
By Grady Hendrix. That's like my favorite.
What is not yours by Helen. Anybody want to have a go?
Nope. Oyemi?
Nope.
Maybe?
Pass.
Oyemi?
Pass.
I'm good. Oyemi, that's what you said, right? That sounds, yeah.
That's what I could think of.
It sounds good to me. I'll go with that one. Is another good book for double words by a BIPOC author. I don't think it has to be a BIPOC author for buzzwords. I just had to have double words, didn't it? The other day, one of the men knocked on my door to ask to charge his phone in my apartment. He's lucky I didn't tase him. The woman left these men with the men's money. She just moved in last month and is subletting against the lease due to problems with the complex had with addicts and trespassers. Well, on that note, Rosanna, I think, Kristen, we will go to another sprint. Everybody cool with it? Like, I don't even know. I honestly, I don't even know what to say to that. Like, that's pretty full on. Is everybody ready for another sprint? Yep.
I'm getting my cream on.
You're gonna get your cream on? Cool.
You're muted, Rainy.
I knew that. I didn't know that. I'm gonna go to sleep because I have to teach the tiny chitlins in the morning. So you know.
Oh, okay.
Young mind. Goodbye.
Well, for that one.
Well.
All right. So we'll go for an hour. Let me just restart that. All right. We'll see you all in 60 minutes.
Okay, hello.
What's going on with my microphone? I've unplugged it.
Okay. We can hear you, so. Okay, I guess I'll start. I did not read. I forgot to turn my camera off, so you probably all saw me vlogging. That's fine. I don't care. And like I looked at the computer at one point and was like, oh my god, like did not turn my camera off, but I just kept going. I was like, it is what it is. So I finished the vlog that was for this week. It did end up going 2 days longer than it was supposed to. So the vlog for next week will go from now until next Thursday instead of now until Tuesday, which was my original goal. It's fine. We just adjust. So I did that. So I'll have to edit that so it can go up on Patreon tomorrow. I don't know, later today, technically, because it's Friday. And then it will go up on my actual channel on Sunday because I don't have anything happening on Sunday. And then I started this week's vlog. I finished a total of 1 book in last week's vlog. So we're doing great over here.
That's fine. I did not do any reading either. You did? Cool. How was it?
It was cool. It's fucked up.
In what way?
I was a little surprised by the ending. Like, I wasn't expecting that. And yeah, no, I was entertained the whole time I was reading it. So I'm going to give it 4 stars and write up my review probably tomorrow. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I did not do any reading. My daughter has just turned up for a few days, so yeah, got the bread maker out and getting ready to make the calzones, which will be good for dinner tonight. Tasty.
Yum.
And hopefully I just fixed my mic. I don't know what was going on with it, but I unplugged it and plugged it back in. I do have to get speakers for my speakers are starting to go on my computer, so I'm just going to get some external speakers, plug them in. Hopefully
So
that'll help.
I have a question. This might be a really stupid question, but it's fine. Would you consider The Diary of Anne Frank to be a classic?
I keep it in nonfiction.
Nonfiction? Okay. Well, because
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a list of my favorite if I can, I'm going to do 10 of each. I don't know that I'll actually make 10 classics because I'm not a classics girly, but I'm trying to do my top 10 classics, standalones, series, and nonfiction of all time.
I think for me, classics need to be fiction. But that's just me. Like, it's
So classics
Okay.
are fiction.
I found this on the web for and nonfiction of all time. Check it out.
Shut up.
Okay,
I'm
we
sorry.
will.
nosy
Siri's just a little bit bossy today.
Somehow my computer assistant, if you know who I'm talking about, she got tripped and started talking, which is what I was talking to. But I forget that you can't hear.
Yeah, we heard
I
her.
don't think. You heard her? Okay.
We heard her.
Well, she's a nosy bitch. Anyway,
Yeah.
she was like, let me give you the top 10 classics of all time. I don't want yours, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't class like a lot of people do class The Diary of Anne Frank as a classic. It was referred to in school as a classic, but
Right.
I agree with Coda on this one. I feel like it's a bit more of a non-fiction than
Okay.
it is
I'm
a
gonna-
fiction.
I'm just gonna put it as a non-fiction, and that's fine because I do
Yeah.
want, but I don't. see, I also don't know that I have 10 favorite nonfiction books because I don't really read nonfiction unless you count like Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul, okay, which I don't. Those are very good books, but like,
You could just say books written before X date, and then you could include the classics and Anne Frank.
yeah. So I just, yeah, because I put up a poll like a long time ago and then realized I never made graphics for this. Like I was literally like, "Do you want to see my favorite books of all time?" And people were like, "Yeah," and then I never made the graphics. I never even wrote down my favorite books of all time, which is the first step.
Mhm.
You know? So.
Yeah, well, one would assume this would be your first step, yes. To have some sort of note-taking ability and some sort of list.
Right.
Sorry. So, I'm tired, and I'm just like, my sarcastic side comes out when I'm tired.
It's okay. It's fine.
We're tired too. See, Andy. She's tired.
Sadia got to chapter 5 in the Harry Potter and bought some books on Pango. Awesome. Always good to have some retail therapy. Someone help me. I'm obsessed with Spinning Silver right now. Anyone else think it gives vibes of Winter Night trilogy other than another amazing series? I've not read this trilogy, so I could not say.
Yeah, I have not read this either.
I've heard the Spinning Silver book several times on sprints in the last couple of months. A few people are reading it. Without naming names, has there ever been a time where you have not gotten along with someone on a live stream, and how did you hide your annoyance?
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, you can go first. I'm going to take the fifth on this one. I'm not even an American citizen, but I'm going to use the Fifth Amendment on this one.
I mean, you don't have to name names, so I'm fine to talk about it.
Yeah.
This has happened to me. Basically, I just for me, it depends on what about a person is annoying me, because sometimes it's a me problem and not actually like the people on the live stream. Like it's a me problem. Like it's like when I make like I'm a very loyal person, so like if I make a commitment like to be on somebody's sprints, like I will show up like come hell or high water. Like you can ask Brittany. Last year I tried, or not last year, 2022, I tried to go on sprints. I had COVID. Like I couldn't stay awake. Like literally could not stay awake. Like I was falling asleep every 5 minutes, and I was like, I'll be right there. And then like I logged in, and she saw me. She saw me in the back office, and I was sitting like this. And in the time, or like in the backstage, and in the time it took for her to notice that I was backstage, I was asleep. So she wouldn't add me to the stream, and she texted me and was like, "Absolutely not, madam. Go to sleep. What are you doing? Like go to bed." Like I couldn't stay awake. So sometimes it's like a me thing, because I will commit to being on sprints with people, and then maybe like I'm not really in the mood to be on sprints, but I've already made the commitment. Now the maybe like 2 times where I've been like actually annoyed with a person that's on sprints, I just try to kind of work around it. Now I'm aware that I have a very expressive face, so I have found sometimes where I will like turn my camera off. Like if a person's really getting on my nerves, like I'll just turn I'll write like in the private chat and be like, I'll be right back. I'll be sitting here the whole time in reality, but I'll just turn my camera off and like mute myself so I can just have a moment to like make my face or do what I need to do, because I have a very expressive face. It's why I can't work the drive-through window, because people will annoy me in the drive-through window, and I'll make like an audible face, like I'll like cringe or whatever. But it's only happened a couple times where I've been like actually annoyed with somebody on live stream, and honestly, the 2 people that I can think of off the top of my head, I don't do sprints with them. and it happened to be like both those people happened to be like a one-off. Like it was on somebody else's channel, and I was
Yeah.
invited, but I've never like sprinted with them on my channel.
I don't think I actually have been annoyed with like if I haven't sprinted with people before, I tend to come off as a bit aloof because I'm not good at small talk and I'm not good at so sometimes I might come off as aloof, and that probably pisses the other person off more than it pisses me off. Because they probably think that I don't like them because I come off as aloof, but that's not the case. It's just I don't know how to talk to you. It's that simple. It's just I'm inherently shy, and I don't know how to talk to you. I don't know how to do small talk.
I think this is why Nicole and I get along so well, because I also hate small talk.
Yeah.
Although I'm not gonna lie to you, I was really offended the first time that Nicole said, "Thank you for having me on sprints," and her reply was, "That's okay," because that means something completely different in America. Like if I say like, "Thank you so much, Coda," and he's like, "Oh, that's okay," like that, it's like rude. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize that's just how Australians talk, and I was very offended. I was like, "Wow!" I like text Brittany, and I was like. I tried to like Nicole, I can't do it. And she was like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "I said thank you for having me on sprints." And she said, "That's okay." And she's like, "That's just how they." She's like, "That's how Australians talk." She's like, "Brooklyn does the same thing." And then like a week later, I was on sprints with Brooklyn. Yeah. And I was like, "Thank you so much for having me." And she was like, "That's okay." And I was like, "Okay, this is truly just how they talk." I was like really, like I was really offended. I was like, maybe she hates me.
That's a good thing. That's like 2 thumbs up. That's okay. Anytime. Okay, so we need to know that.
Yes, I mean now I know that
the population's just offending.
but because and also it's a thing like at least in the Black communities that I have been in. If you say to someone like if you say like "thank you so much" or something like that, and they're like "that's okay." Or like if you say like "can I help you with something?" and they're like "that's okay," like it's rude, like it's like an FU type thing. So the first experience I ever had with someone else saying "thank you so much for having me on sprints," and then you were like "that's okay," but you said it nicely. You were like "that's okay anytime," and I was like "that's okay anytime."
I can do the "fuck you." That's okay. That's okay.
And that's the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure that the whole sentence was "that's okay anytime," like as in like no problem, like you're welcome anytime. But I took it like totally different, and I was really offended. Like Brittany was laughing at me, like she sent me a voice message, laughing at me. And I was like, "I'm offended," and she was like, "just calm down." She's like, "It's just a cultural thing."
And then sweet Brooklyn goes and does it to you the next week. And take that, bitch.
And then and then Brooklyn did it, and I was like, "Okay, there's no way that Brooklyn."
Yeah,
like, they would be like Leandra being like, "That's okay." Like she doesn't mean it rude. So I was like, "Okay, maybe I'm just an asshole." And then I remember I texted Brittany, and I was like, "Clearly, I'm the asshole."
Well, clearly I didn't offend you enough because you came back the next week.
I know I came back. And so Brittany was like, I think you're taking this the wrong way. And I was like, "Well, I already committed to doing this next Thursday." And she's like, "It's fine, dude. It's fine." And now look at me. Stuck here forever.
You've been here for 6 months now, mate. Like longer.
I know.
What, 6, 7 months
and I
now.
started out by being offended, and then I was just like, "It's fine."
I'm going to turn up every week just to piss this bitch off.
She's gonna really think it's okay. I'll show her okay.
I'll show her it's okay. I'm here every week. That's hilarious. Like, why didn't you just say something?
Oh, because I didn't want to offend you.
I would have just probably.
I was offended, but I also was like, I don't. But I was like, I also don't want to upset Nicole, so I just went to Brittany, and I was like, I don't know what I've done. And actually, I think when I went to Brittany, I said that I was offended, but that I also didn't understand what I had done to upset you. And she was like, well, what did she say? And I told her what you said. And she's like, I don't think she meant it the way you took it. And I was like, how else should I take it? Like, I don't understand. I was like, where I'm from, if somebody says that, it's like, bless your heart, right? If somebody says that to you,
Oh,
like,
bless.
nicely, like, you know what I mean? And she was like, no, I really think she really meant, like, it's no problem. Like,
It's okay. It's no problem. You're welcome back anytime.
like, it was so fun having you on. And I was like, I don't know. But also my anxiety back then, like, my anxiety,
like knowing
6 months
you
ago.
now the way I do, I can understand why you thought that. But this is hilarious. Like, come on, man.
And she was really like, Brittany was really like, listen, as your other anxious best friend, like, I'm telling you, it's just your anxiety talking. And I was like, she hates me, so it's fine. I was like, I'm gonna show up on her sprints, but she might hate me. It's, you know, it's cool.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Oh, the fact that you came back, that's
I'm a
that just shows-
glutton for punishment.
maybe on some level you knew that, like, we got along fine on our first sprint together.
That's the thing, because I was like, what, did I do something? I talk a lot too. I overshare. I was like, because I know, like, in the beginning of, like, sprinting and stuff, I'm not very good at, like, knowing what's too much to say.
Obviously, Nicole is cool with oversharing. I mean, I've been here.
So, like, I definitely,
I'm an oversharer as well. Like come
I
on,
definitely
like-
was on sprints with people that, like, never asked me to come back, and
Yeah.
and I've taken it to probably mean that, like, I probably said too much. Like, I probably, which is fine. Like, clearly, like,
Yeah.
those weren't my people, and, like, that's okay.
Yeah.
But my filter kind of, once I get comfortable with people, like, I don't have a filter anymore. And so I'm like, it's fine. You can know everything about my life. Let me just word vomit everything about me. And then, like, I make, like, self-deprecating jokes, or, like, I'll make, like, an offhanded comment about, like, my dead mom. And, like, people, like, look at me like, what the hell? And then I'm like, oh, clearly we don't have the same trauma. So
and clearly we're not in the same tribe because yeah. My husband's mother passed away when he was 15, and I was we moved to this town. I met a heap of people, you know, and inadvertently, you're in a small town, you run into them in the shopping center or something, right? Anyway, we're in the shopping center one day, and my friend's talking to, and she said something, and like, but she didn't know that his mum was no longer with us. And he's very okay with this. Like, she died from breast cancer. He was 15. He's mourned. He's done all the things and whatnot. And and she said something about his mum, and he turned around and went, "Oh yeah, she's pushing up daisies," and just kept walking. And I stood there and kept a very straight face while this girl's face ricocheted all over the shop. And I'm like, it's okay. He's just got very dark sense of humor. Evidently, she did not have a dark sense of humor, because she did not talk to us again for several months. Well, she actually avoided us.
That's like at work, right? I got a phone call at work one time, and one of the kids at work said, and, like, at this point, I figured everyone knew that my mom was dead, because, like, I'm very open about the fact that she's, you know, dead and gone. And so they said they were being flippant because I answered the phone and I said hello. And she goes, "Who are you talking to? Your mom?" And I said, no, last time I checked, I didn't have a hotline to heaven. And she, like, her eyes got so big, like, I freaked her out. And she was like, what? And so I finished my phone call, and then I looked at her and I said, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "Is your mom, like, dead?" And I was like, "Yeah, she died in 2020. Like, that's how I said it." And she was like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you." And I was like, "How'd you offend me?" By asking me if my mom was calling? I was like, clearly I offended you way more by saying, not unless you, last I checked, I don't have a hotline to heaven. Like,
yeah. But sometimes, like, when you've, like, and Neva and I have talked about this in back of house and stuff like that, when you've gone through a lot of trauma in life, you do get a very dark sense of humor. and a very flippant sense of humor. And you throw these remarks out, and then you realize, oh, this is a person that obviously hasn't dealt with like a lot of trauma in their life, especially if it's, you know, a dark comment and whatnot. So
yeah. And I tend to like make very, and sometimes like people will look at me and I'll be like, I'm sorry, was that offensive? because sometimes I really do not know. Like sometimes like it was funny to me in the moment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then it's like not funny to other people. So,
but clearly we get along because and we have and the three of us together actually have a very good chemistry. And evidently like
clearly we all have dark sense of humor because I've definitely said things about my mother but like make sure you rest in peace by it, and then you all laugh when I say it, so you didn't even know my mother.
Meanwhile, the audience are going, "Oh my god!" They're just laughing at her. Yeah, it's okay. It's all good.
It's fine.
Yeah. Well, see, if you say to, you know how like you were saying about it's okay, and that you took offense to it. If you turned around to me, if I've asked you something, and you turned around to me and said it's fine, that's a fuck you here.
See, okay, so the people that I've like grown up around, they use both of those interchangeably. But they tend to use that's okay while talking to people that are younger than them. So like if I was upset with Ari and she said like something, I don't know what, but if she says something and then I was like, that's okay, Ari.
Yeah.
Right. But then like wives tend to use that's fine, like with their husbands. You see? It's fine. Or like, or they'll be like, are you okay? I'm fine. Right. Like clearly you're not, but like
no. And my husband still hasn't picked up on that fine. Even it could be dripping with venom and he still doesn't get it. So
and he's like, oh, you're fine, great.
Yeah. I just look at him and go, no worries, Sheldon. And then I walk out. He actually gets that if I turn around and call him Sheldon.
Wow.
Guys do the same thing. You'll be like, what's wrong? Nothing.
Well, that's like my friend. You know, my friend that you all know
Clearly
about?
Nothing's wrong.
Yeah, right. That's like my friend that you all know about. That's the same. I have to use like his actual name.
Yeah.
Because I don't call him by his name most of the time. Like unless I really like need his attention for something. The only time I use his name is if I'm pissed off at him. and then usually he'll be like, who you calling? And then insert his name. Which like if you were on the live stream a few weeks ago, like you know what his name is. I'm just not gonna say it on the internet.
Yeah.
But then he'll be like, who you calling? Blank. And I'll be like, you clearly. And then he's you know?
See, my partner's name is Brendan, but when he's been a douche, I call him Sheldon. And he just looks at me. And that's when he gets it that he's overstepped the mark.
That's funny.
Because I sit there and I watch Big Bang and it's like watching my husband. Clearly, just some of the stupid shit he says, like, yeah, no filter, just says what he wants to say, doesn't care. It's like
no filter. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, there's definitely no filter. It's hilarious, but there's no filter. I don't know. Do we miss Wheel of Time?
I mean, I miss the world, yeah.
But
it's we got a lot of shit to read, so it's fine. See, it's fine.
I do find myself thinking about it, and I think the reason that I am thinking about it is because a lot of the people that I know on the BookTube community are reading it, and it's mentioned, so it brings it to the forefront of my mind quite a bit. Do I miss reading the big ass books? Probably not. But I am looking forward to rereading it another time. And I've still got the podcast to do, which I still haven't done. And I've still got, I think, 4 episodes of the season 2. So maybe 4 episodes of season 2 to watch. So, yeah. Has Neva's view of reading and literature changed since you've made a huge life change? No, she's still reading smart.
No, I'm still in my smut era. I think
And she's reading hockey smut now.
I'll say this.
She's
I
getting
think
sporty.
yeah, I think I've evolved in the romance that I read, like
Mhm.
smut or otherwise. I've always been very like pigeonholed, I guess, with like it's only been like in the last year that I really like ventured out into like reading like smutty retellings.
Mhm.
Because I think that somewhere in the back of my mind, like in 2022, was when I started really reading smut because I realized that I wasn't a fan at that time. Now, obviously, I read contemporary romance, but at the time, I wasn't a fan of contemporary romance. But I felt like everyone expected you to read contemporary romance to be a romance reader. Does that make sense? So when I found it was actually on Bookstagram, but when I found the corners of Bookstagram where people were talking about like dark romance, I was like, okay, this seems better to me, but I still couldn't wrap my mind around taking like what we think of as like fairy tales and making them into adult. So like it's only like 2023 was like my big year of like reading like Peter Pan retellings, Beauty and the Beast retellings that are actually like smut, like smutty, like geared towards adults. Like I've always read retellings, but they're always like YA retellings, not like adult retellings. But I also think that also comes from the liberation of not being in the relationship that I was in, because I feel like there was a judgment there, like almost like a it's fine that I wanted to read like dark smutty romance, but it was almost like a judgment with the crossing of the lines of fairy tale smut, which I will say I credit a lot of it. She doesn't know this, so if she's watching this right now, it's fine. But I credit a lot of that to Brittany, because Brittany likes fairy tale retellings, and she when she started reading like the Ice Planet Barbarians books, which have a lot of fairy tale retelling elements to them, even though they're blue aliens, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, okay, if she can read blue alien smut, I can read the Never King. You know what I mean? Which is Peter Pan, which is it's Peter Pan. But they're like, this chick is sleeping with Peter Pan, the Lost Boys. You know what I mean? The dark one, like whatever.
She's just into Peter all around.
Right. Exactly. So I think that my view of reading of literature has only changed in allowing myself to read whatever I want to read and not having to worry. Like I don't worry so much about like if I talk about this on the internet, are people going to be like, what the hell are you reading? I just don't care. Like either like you can watch the content or not, just because like I am not a person that's like gonna make myself read books that everyone else is reading just because everyone else is reading them.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. Like I'm gonna read what I want to read. I don't necessarily talk about the dark smut that I read. And I'm just sending you some books in the background.
Thanks so much. You know we love books. I love recommendations.
I don't know whether you'll like them. I like them. I thought they were good. These are retellings. So one is called The Broken Beast of Beauty, and the other one is called Seven Sins of Snow. The Broken Beast of Beauty is got dragons in it, and it's a reverse harem. And I haven't read Seven Sins by the same author, but the covers are pretty amazing. And they're by Loxley Savage. I've just written them in the back of the house for you. And like the covers are really nice. Like I like the covers. That's what attracted me to them.
Oh, okay. I have that one from Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah.
On my Kindle right now. I just haven't read.
Well, there's you can read them standalone, but they're part of the same series. So I don't know if she's bringing any more out, but
I'm thinking of doing like a retelling vlog I just
Mhm.
need to decide if I'm doing it like if I want to do like do it by theme, like do like the Beauty and the Beast retelling vlog, Peter Pan
Mhm.
retelling vlog like that, or
I
if I
would do it
want to
like that
just
because then that's going to give you more content.
yeah, and then because then I figure I can read multiple books from different like 3 books or whatever, but they're all different authors, so then I can judge
Mhm.
like compare them.
Yeah,
That
yeah, that works. Kitty Kitty.
That's Andy.
Mhm.
It's a big, big, big girl.
My male cat is patrolling our house at the moment because there's another male cat that keeps coming into the yard.
Oh,
And I was out in the kitchen, and all I seen was 2 streaks go across run across the backyard because they're out there playing. But they're up the back. Their cats come over into our yard, and they're not fighting as such, but they're chasing the hell out of each other. Sexy lady took a shower, washed, detangled, and blow dried my hair. Awesome, that was productive. Takes a long time to do hair sometimes. Jamie got to 47% of Horror Store. It's pretty funny so far. Would be a great book to read the night before you go to IKEA shopping.
I can see that because
Yeah.
yeah,
From what I've heard people talk about it, that would be fun.
the paperback
Monica,
is really cool. It looks like an IKEA catalog. Like,
oh, does it? I've only
Yeah, it
seen
does.
I've only got it on audio, so
I'll grab it real
If
quick.
you if you buy the actual, that's why I want it physically, is because it's actually shaped like an IKEA. It's like square, like an IKEA catalog.
yeah. Well, see the my best friend's exorcism is like an old VHS video cassette. That's awesome. I love it. It's even got Be Kind and Rewind on it as well. Like, I listened to more of Butcher and Blackbird, and it's so unhinged but so good. I would definitely recommend the audiobook. Awesome. And ordered a diamond painting. Your first diamond painting kit off Amazon. Awesome. Welcome to the fold. 3 pages from the end of my book. Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm gonna have to get it because, yeah, that is so cool.
And it's got little
Oh my goodness. Because I love the VHS one. That's awesome. I've just got to get it for that purpose alone.
Yeah,
I know what I'm
it's
doing.
just
I
a
know what
little-
I'm doing in the next sprint, buying another book.
Yeah, like I literally want to buy it, and then like when we get our own place, you know how like people have like coffee table books, like I want that to
Yep.
sit like in the middle of the coffee table.
Yeah, fully. 3 pages from the end of their book. Awesome. Reading 5 survive is while reading 5 survive is while working late.
I think is a
night
typo.
shift. Yeah, I think it is.
I hope you love 5
My brain
Survive.
was
I
still.
really-
I've never heard of it. Who's the author?
It's by Holly Jackson, who wrote The Girl's Guide to Murder. But
Yep.
it takes place over, I think it's like 8 hours. And I actually originally got it as an audio or like a NetGalley arc. So I read it over like 2 days, and then who was it that did it? Brittany and Kelsey, I think, read it as one of when she was doing like the read a book in 8 hours thing last year. Her and Kelsey did it, and I read it again with them, and I ended up giving it 5 stars because it definitely is a book that you need to like sit down and just read it.
Yeah.
It takes you 8 hours to read it, but you need to just like sit down and read it like in one setting.
One sitting. Yeah. I'd say Anne Frank is a classic mainly because I read it in school. It's fair enough. Trying to decide if I want to start All the Light We Cannot See or No Next. So no exit.
Oh, that's the name of the book. For a second, I was like, "What?"
Yeah, my brain's like glitching on that, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm reading.
Yeah, I was confused also. I was like, wait, what?
I swear I can read, people. I promise I can actually read.
Yeah, me either. I started it in like middle school, and I never did finish reading it.
The Diary of Anne Frank.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I started it
I
at school
took
as well.
AP
And never finished
English,
it.
so we had to read all that crap. Like,
Mhm.
honestly, most of the the classics that I enjoy as an adult now, I had
Mhm.
to read in high school, and I hated them because I was made
Mhm.
to read them. And then when I like grew up and like became an adult, I reread them. Like The Giver, I hated that book. Like I absolutely detested it in high school. And then I read it when I was like 22, and I was like, this is the best book I've ever read. And I reread it every year.
Cool.
Lord of the Flies is the same way. I hated that book in high school.
I started that in high school and I
liked
never
that
finished
book
it.
when I was younger.
Meg has gone off to bed. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. You've probably already gone, but anyway. Could you describe your favorite book in hand gestures during a game of charades?
Maybe.
Hmm.
I don't
In
know. That'd be
hand gestures, I could do it with props.
We don't want to know your favorite book with props.
It still knows what it is. It's still my entire personality. I just can't talk about the book right now because we're on a boycott.
Yeah.
Like I
We'll
literally
type it in private chat. So yeah,
I'll
like
type it in for you. It's nothing. It's
Eva's
not
all,
even.
and
Just don't say it
It's
out
not
loud because
that.
we're on a boycott. But like right now, like I bought a whole bag so that I could live my dreams of this book, which is now put away right now because we're on a boycott. So I'm using like a backpack.
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
But I put it in the private chat so you can see what it is.
Yeah, you just can't say it out loud because it's boycott.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And everybody in the chat that's been here for ages knows
I
what
don't
it
know
is as
nothing
well.
about that book, anyways.
Yeah, and I have the second one just sitting in all three formats, and I cannot read it because I mean I could read it, but like I'm not reading anything that I can't use for content, and I can't use for content right now. So
Yeah, I can't think of how I would charade out my favorite book title.
I was just thinking about, but like in the last 2 years, that like, I no.
I mean, I
wouldn't
guess
be
like
able to.
Pucking Around is up there. I mean, I guess I could probably mime that. I don't know if anybody would guess it because I think I would look like an idiot looking like I was trying to play hockey, but
Well, I don't know how I would mime out the Dictionary of Lost Words. Or the Bandit Queens for that matter.
Yeah, for me,
Yeah, I
it's
don't
On
know.
Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. How would you mind that out? Like, you got it right.
Jeannie's on chapter 6, 20% of Beyond the Bright Lights. The main character is called Mylan. I have no idea how to pronounce it. Mylan?
Mylan, that's my
Mylan.
guess.
Yeah, Mylan or Milan?
Probably Mylan or Millen.
Yeah.
Like
Millen.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Dylan with an M. Millen.
Yeah.
Quit milling around, Millen.
Parents hated it. Can't do small talk either, definitely, and on the autistic spectrum, and it shows with how bad I am at knowing when. Yeah, chatty interactions. I struggle with small talk, like, because I, like you, Neva, I end up oversharing and offending people that way. So,
We
you get my life story because I'm awkward.
Disclaimers.
I'm awkward. Don't ask me questions. I overshare.
Engage in conversation at your own discretion.
Yeah, fully. I'm an American, and I also say that's okay in those circumstances. Fair enough. Not the Kiwi over here laughing at that's okay because we do that too.
It's clearly just a me problem. I'm clearly the asshole here. I was just like, really? I was like, first of all, I'm offended. And second of all, I don't know what I did to offend Nicole. So, like, cool. Great. Wonderful.
I think
Oh,
my
that's
usual
hilarious. I wish you had told me sooner because I've got. See, now, no, maybe you shouldn't have told me sooner because if you had told me sooner, then I would have purposely done it just to because that's the type of person I am. I'll use that and just like antagonize you, but I mean it in a good way because Aussies, what we tend to do is when we like you, and that we tend to give you shit. Like we give you a hard time, like we tease you and we do all those sort of things, and
My
we
stepdad
get
does
very
that too.
like we get very sarcastic as a nation. That's what we do. So if we're giving you shit, that means that you're good. You're part of, you're part of us, and you're part of the family, so to speak, and all that sort of stuff. So, and a lot of people don't handle it very well. So yeah. But anyway, it is what it is.
It's fine.
A lot of I'll actually say a lot of American people don't handle it very well.
It's because
'Cause-
American people are just
sensitive as
we're
fuck.
sensitive beings. Okay, we need our safe
Well,
spaces.
I have been known to say they're sensitive little souls.
Exactly.
Some
We
are
need
very
our safe
sensitive.
spaces.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not all of us. Some of us are just chilling here, having a great time, laughing away.
And on that note, shall we go for another sprint?
I think I'm actually probably gonna head to bed. I have a big day tomorrow, so
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
We will be available in Voxer at any stage.
all right. I don't know how busy it's gonna be, but I figure it'll be a pretty full day, and then I'm
Yeah.
hoping I have time for like a brief nap after everything is over, and then I'm ready to hang out for after
What time is the service?
at 2
Okay.
my time. So
Yeah.
it'd be 4 Eva's, or you're in Central, so it'd be
No, I mean Eastern. It'll be
okay.
4.
So it'd be 4 in Eva's time.
Yeah. Which means that it's about 2 a.m. for me, I think.
Let me see. I'll do
Because
it.
like I will not be awake. So
I could be. My daughter's here. She
It'll
talks to
be
her off.
7 a.m. Friday for you.
Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. Easy. I will be awake.
Or 7 a.m. Saturday. Sorry.
I was going to say it's Saturday because I'm already on Friday, dude.
Yeah.
I'm at 5 p.m. on Friday.
Yeah.
I am 12 minutes off happy hour. So not that I'm counting down or anything, but anyway. But hopefully everything goes well and it's not too draining on you. But you know where we are if you need us.
Yeah. Thanks.
Even if you want to go into the toilet and just go, I can't stand being around all these people, we'll be okay with that.
No, it should be okay. I'll at some point I'm sure I'll be ready for it to be over and I'll be ready to go.
Yeah.
Be done.
We'll be thinking of you anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
No
I love
worries.
you guys. And everybody
No
out in the comments too.
Sleep well and yeah, keep in touch. And
right.
yeah. I don't know what else to say.
I guess that's about it.
I think we've covered all bases.
Right. Well, I'll talk to you.
So we're heading into small talk territory here, Coda. It's not working.
Okay, now we don't know what to say to you now.
Well, thank you very much for being here today. Really do appreciate it.
Thanks for
And
having me.
yeah, and we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Yeah, talk to you guys tomorrow.
No worries. Sleep well. Bye.
All right. Bye, everyone.
And then there was 2.
And then there was 2.
Yep. All
Just
right.
me and
Is
you.
an hour okay with you?
Yeah, because I think I'm gonna go make some food. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm a bit hungry too. And if I'm going to start having some drinks, I need to sort of have some food. Otherwise, there won't be much of Nicole left on the on the computer screen. Alrighty, let me refresh this, and we will see you in an hour. right, we are back. My other ear's small now. All right, how'd you go?
Oh, I did not read. So my food is in the oven. I have like 17 minutes left or whatever. Waiting for my food, and I also started watching Harry Potter.
My internet is playing up.
Yeah, you were definitely frozen for a second. I was like, is it me?
No, it's me because it's just clicked over to the Wi-Fi. So I don't know what's going on with it today. It's just being difficult.
Cool, great. But yeah, I started watching Harry Potter and I'm waiting for my food. So that's all I got accomplished.
I put the dough on for my quesadilla, not my quesadillas, that's tomorrow, for my calzones tonight. So I put that on, and I am up to, I forgot to change the chapter. I'm up to 41% of my book. So I should finish that tonight. It's only got a couple more hours to go. Yeah, I think I've only got, I think it's like 2 hours left. No, 3 hours left. So that's not going to take me too long. To polish that off, I'll do that while I'm doing dishes and chores and stuff and whatnot. So what are your plans for the rest of the evening?
I'm going to eat, clearly. And then I'm going to, I guess, finish watching Harry Potter. I'm not very far into it. Like, I'm just to the part where Hagrid kicks down the door.
Okay, yep. Cool.
And then hang out, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to try to stay up until Ari goes to school.
Yeah.
Because, I went to bed early last night, so I can't be doing that again.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, I've got my daughter here, so I'm gonna hang out with her for a bit and that. So after we cook dinner, and then we're gonna go down the road and do some stuff because she goes back to school. I won't see her again before she goes back to school. So I think she's here I think she said she was here for 3 or 4 nights. So she'll come, make a mess, and leave, eat all our food, and leave again.
Of course.
Which is exactly what she's supposed to do. So, where were we up to? Is this where we're up to? Yes, I think we were.
Yeah.
I also thought that it was okay. Okay was a universal way of responding to someone saying thank you in some circumstances. Yeah. Clearly, I offended.
It's fine. Clearly, you didn't offend me too bad because I didn't ever say anything to you. I just said something to Brittany. I just went and cried to Brittany about it. And then she was like, listen, bro.
I can't believe you did that.
I really did. That's what I go and cry to about things because Brittany will either agree with me or she'll be like, listen, I think we're overreacting a little. But she said it in like the nicest way possible because anxiety. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. I have the same thing. Like, especially when I meet someone new for the first time and they seem like they're really friendly, but then this little voice inside my head is like, they don't like you. And it's like, and there's nothing I can do about it. It doesn't matter how much I stand there and try and tell that person inside my head to stop it. I just can't stop it. All the Light We Cannot See was really good, according to Jamie. Letting off the bookshelf know. I have Southern relatives that anytime you hear them say, bless your heart, it's time to run for the hills.
Yeah, like if a Southern person looks at you and is like, oh, honey, bless your heart. Absolutely not. It's time for you to go because you've done something. They're about to bury you in the backyard.
Like, I've got that from books and hearing like audio books and stuff like that. It's always said that it has a somewhat venomous tone to it when someone says it. So yeah, I'm like, that person's in trouble. Jean said, are you guys streaming to 2 channels or 3 channels? The third one, I'm assuming, Nicole's Craft. No, we're only streaming to the 2. I tried it out for a little while. That was just more of a test to stream to the other channel. I tried it out for a little while, but there was only ever 1 or 2 people watching, so it was just easier not to do it. So yeah. But it also got my channel back into the algorithm when I did it because I had taken some time off, so it was good to actually do it. It was putting something up while I was taking some time off. So going to bed at the end of the sprint, leaving you on at the TV. Thank you, Jean. Appreciate it. Sadia says, you're all hilarious.
We try.
We try, yeah.
Actually, truthfully, I don't even try. I'm just hilarious somehow. I don't like, which I always feel like that sounds like super conceited. Like I'm like, oh, I'm so hilarious, but like I literally don't know why people think that I'm funny. I just say things and then people laugh.
Yeah, that's it. You're witty. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Would the three of you be better as faithfuls or traitors on a show? Is it supposed to be traitors? Would that be traitors?
Like traitors? I think so. Like traitors,
Yeah.
like the opposite of faithful.
Yeah, I would assume.
I don't know what show this is, so I have no idea.
Me either. So Shilay says, good night. Thanks for the sprints. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Hopefully you got lots of reading done. I feel like we've had a productive day today with reading. Now, Neva does have after dark sprints.
Those will not be
tomorrow.
productive. Don't come there for productivity.
Yeah.
I do call them sprints. Maybe I should just call it a live stream.
Maybe you should call it Neva After Dark.
I'll just market it as, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, because like
Neva and Friends After Dark.
Yeah, I'll think of something. I mean, it's already scheduled, but the name will be changed by the time we go live tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because it is a little bit deceptive. Like I didn't know what else to call it, so I just called it Sprints After Dark. Because when I first started doing it, it was just me. Like it was at midnight, so like nobody else was on with me. So we were actually doing things. Like I was doing like hour-long sprints and like we were hanging out, whatever.
Oh, I know what you can call it. Neva, the chatty bits. That works. Neva, the chatty bits.
So yeah, because like don't come there. I don't want people to come there for productivity because we're not very productive. It's literally just us sitting on a stream talking shit. Like that's literally all it is.
Yeah. Bring your drinks, bring your snacks, leave your books back.
Yeah.
Come
and
hang out, have some laughs and fun. And
if it becomes like a thing where like hosts need to like go get drinks, snacks, whatever, we might do like small sprints. By that I mean like 15 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, because we were going to do we said last week we'll probably do like intermission so we can go to the toilet and stuff.
Yeah, because I was definitely like by the end, I was definitely like have to just like be like, I'll be right back, because like I was literally sitting here and I was like, I'm gonna pee. So we will do that, but they're not going to be very long. They'll probably be like max 30 minutes. So I mean that's time for some people to read. You know, if that's what you want to do or whatever, stretch your legs.
But just know that could be like 3 hours before you get that.
Yeah, it's not going to be like every 15 to 30 minutes we have a sprint. Like that's just that's not really what that stream is for, I guess. Like it's become its own.
It's become its own thing. It's just it's grown legs, and it's just like there's people coming in and
yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's so originally the special guest was going to be Brittany, but she's had some plans change. So I think it's just, you know, the Fabulous Four, which is me, Coda, Nicole, and Brooklyn, as long as Coda is feeling up to coming. If not, then it'll be just be, well, I don't know what we're called, but it just me, TLC incarnate, honestly. Yeah. Me, Nicole, and Brooklyn, but I know Brooklyn is saying that she's going to be there. So unless something crazy changes.
What about Katie?
I'm gonna message her and see if she's up to do it again. You know, we love Katie around here. We love her. If she doesn't want to be on camera, that's okay. But yeah, I'm gonna reach out to her because she's been on before, and that's
Yeah,
always
she was
fun.
taking notes last week.
She really was. She was taking all the notes. I have not bought the pink Nook. I will be buying it. It's just unfortunately like, you know, rent had to be paid. So we had to do that first. I am gonna be buying this. I will say this. I don't think the Nook will become like my main e-reader. Because I don't buy things without doing research on them first. That way I know what I'm getting when I get it. I'm not a person like books, sure, but like when it comes to electronics, I do not like to have to I don't like going into electronics blind. So I like to watch other people's reviews. I will say that from the reviews that I've watched, the Nook is not great when it comes to battery life. People that don't use an e-reader as much as me. So my main reading is done audio or e-reader. So I know I do very little, if any, physical reading, like in physical books. So I'm like a full-time ebook reader, or that's what I'd be considered. I read more than like most of my time is read on the e-reader. So if an average person reads 4 hours a day in a physical book, that's what I'm reading on my e-reader. So I need something that lasts. Now, my little Paperwhite here, which I did revamp stickers. Oh, I forgot to put Pedro Pascal on there. Anyway, this will last me about a month in between charges. That's with me using it 4 to 6 hours every day.
Yeah.
The Nook, people are saying that for like a light to moderate reader, is only lasting about 7 days.
Really? Like that's pretty bad. Like considering the technology we have.
Which is terrible. But I am I'm waiting to see if
is that because has it got a backlight and stuff to it?
I think so.
Yeah, because I know that the Oasis doesn't. The Oasis Kindle doesn't have a huge battery life because of the backlight.
Right. Yeah, I think the Nook does, but my thing is that I want to be able to take advantage of that free ebook every month, and I also, which I'm not going to do if it's on my phone, I'm just not. And I'm also probably going to do all of my Stuff Your e-reader day stuff, which we call it Stuff Your Kindle day, but I will probably do all of that through my Nook because I don't read a ton of Stuff Your Kindle day books, like the free books or whatever. So if I pick that, so then I know, okay, I can go to that e-reader and pick it up. I am also planning sometime this year in buying a Kindle Oasis just because I'm curious about it and I want to try it out. Do I need 3 e-readers? Clearly not. Clearly I don't. So the advantage of the Nook and the Oasis is that they both have page turn buttons. The other thing with the Nook, from what I've seen, is the button, which Amazon put on the bottom for some freaking reason, is on the top. And then the Nook also has like the page turn buttons on both sides. So you can use it either way. The disadvantage to the Nook is that I am going to have to put a love handle, which is like it's like a strap thing, straight on the Kindle because on the Nook because they don't make a clear case for the Nook.
Oh, okay.
Which is a little bit annoying. So I probably am not going to decorate it with stickers because I don't stick my stickers, my e-readers. Yeah, so but I am going to get a love handle because I know I'm not going to be able to read it without some kind of grip on it.
That's a good idea, though, to use for the Stuff Your Kindle day because, like, let's face it, you get a lot of crappy books on that Stuff Your Kindle day.
And right now, I'm going to be doing a collections video in the next couple of weeks. And right now, my collections are very organized. But all of my Stuff Your Kindle Day books are organized. It says like SYKD,
Hmm.
and then it says the genre. So I have like
Yeah.
Stuff Your Kindle Day sports, which it's all hockey. I just want you to know.
Yeah.
And then it's
Yeah.
like Stuff Your Kindle
Lots
Day
of-
dark romance, Stuff Your
Yeah.
Kindle Day fantasy. But like, how often do I pick up a Stuff Your Kindle Day book?
Hmm.
Not very.
Didn't get that many last time because I'm like, I didn't even get, like, I got a heap on the 27th of December.
Yeah.
And I've actually taken a few out. Like, I sort of got them because they were free. And then I'm like, yeah, no, I'll get rid of this one. I'm not going to read this one. I've actually started sort of sorting them out because there's no point in having them on there
If you're not gonna
if
read
I'm
them.
never going to read. They're just going to take up space. So,
Yeah, and that
hell.
one that I DNF'd at the beginning of the month, like my first book I
Mm.
DNF'd at the beginning of the month, which I didn't even count as a DNF. I read 10% of it. Not even. I think I
Yeah.
read 5% of it. So I didn't even count it as a DNF. I just deleted it straight off. Like it
Mm.
doesn't exist on there anymore. Just because I was like, I don't want to read this. So yeah, so I think that's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the Nook strictly for that free Barnes and Noble ebook every month, and then
Yeah.
for whenever I do the Stuff Your e-reader day, because then they can just, I mean, I already went through and like downloaded a bunch of books. Like if you were to look at my Nook app, there's like a bunch of books on there.
Mhm.
Because I went through and I found a bunch of just like free books, so I could kind of, because then I was like, this way when I do order the Nook, there's already books on there, so I can kind of play
Mhm.
around with format and all of that stuff. So
Yeah, that makes sense. Jean was saying in high school, and Frank was read if you were in general level. Yeah, I was in general level, and we read it as well, but not in advance. It was also, it went through a period of time being a banned book in high schools. Not that I'm aware of here for me, but yeah. Nicole, could mime out trespassers or curse bread? No. Maybe me throwing the book. That's about it. I don't like those books at all.
Yes,
Neva's a favorite book is a PG book. Yes.
yeah, it's rated PG.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like there's
Yeah.
like an allusion to the fact that there's sex in it,
Yeah.
but it's not like blatant smut or anything.
Ooh. I'm still up. I posted my NetGalley review. Is it on Goodreads too? Because I'm going to go read
Right,
that.
I would love to read your review, honestly.
Chris says, thanks for another stream. No worries, Chris. Thanks for hanging out with us again. I reorganized my bookshelves and did some laundry. Awesome. I got 83% in Horror Store. I should be able to finish before bedtime. That is awesome. Knocking those books out of the park. I have no idea how much I've read of Butcher and Blackbird, but I'm having such a great time. Unhinged, but it's so good. Good to know. I may seem pretty confident socially, but I spend most of my time away from people with a running narrative in my head, agonizing over everything I've said or did. Yep. I feel ya. Yay, social anxiety. It's awesome. And, you know, like, there's lots of people that suffer from this. It's quite a normal thing to have this, especially the older we get, because it's harder to make friends and loneliness hits harder as adults. So it is quite normal to be an anxious person if you're an adult. That sprints or not after dark. Yep. Chats after dark. Just call it just after dark.
Apparently,
I reckon Neva's chatty bits is pretty good.
We're just calling it Neva's chatty bits because, well, because the segment that's going to be coming out where I talk about smut books every month on Patreon, which I'm trying to decide. I guess I'll put it up in a poll on Patreon because I don't know if people want that as like a video or as like a live stream. Those are going to be called Neva's Naughty Bits, which was also named by Nicole. So
just call me the naming person.
I just go to Nicole when I don't know what to call things.
I just saw where Barnes and Noble is coming out with a new Nook in May.
Ah, interesting.
Hmm? Maybe you should wait. Oh, here we go.
Maybe.
This is something too. I thought Amazon was no longer selling Kindle Oasis.
They're on a super sale apparently.
Mm.
I don't know what this means. It says international
The international version you can't listen to audio on. The American version you can actually listen to the audio through your Kindle Oasis. But again, that chews up your life.
Maybe they're not. I don't know. Because like when I type in Kindle Oasis, the only one hold on. I mean, I don't need to be able to listen to that shit. Never mind. I don't listen. Yeah, the international version is here, but I'm not seeing. Maybe they're not anymore.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, the battery life on them is not crash up because you've got that backlight, and you can also surf the web on it as well.
They may have decided to do away with it because of the Kindle Scribe, but I will not be buying that. Like I might as well just read it on my iPad.
Yeah, it's huge. Like,
and like it's cool that like here's the thing. I would buy a Kindle Scribe if they allowed you to write in the margins. But as of right now, you cannot do anything with the Kindle Scribe other than sticky notes. And I think you can do some like planner page type things that I can do. I can basically do everything reading wise on my Paperwhite.
Yeah.
So it's not really worth it to me.
I don't think the Oasis was as popular as they thought it was going to be.
I think they needed better battery life in it for it to be.
Mm.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, like the battery life is not. See, I don't use mine outside of the house. I only use mine in the house. But now I have to take it out of the house to download the book. So, which makes it a bit tricky because it just will not connect. Will not connect to my internet at all. Neva left. Where'd she go? I looked away for a split second and she was gone.
I'm right here. Sorry. I had to go. I went to go turn off the oven.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, they need the concept of the Oasis is great because of the page turn buttons. But I think that because people figured out that we can put the Kindle in the arm and then use a remote, page turn remote.
Yeah.
People just went ahead and just bought the Paperwhite, which I really do love my Paperwhite, to be honest.
Does it have a backlight?
No. It has, I mean, not, I don't think it technically is marketed as having a backlight.
Yeah, because the Oasis, what they marketed that you can read that in the dark because it actually lights up.
You can read this in the dark too, but it has a front light, not a backlight.
Oh, okay.
So, but the thing is like on this, I keep mine like way down. Like mine's almost, I mean, because mine is like almost non-existent. Well, I have mine on auto brightness. So right now it's at 13, but that's because I'm sitting under my ring light. But if I was to like turn the ring light off.
Oh, yeah, I can see.
Yeah, it'll adjust. I mean, it's not adjusting at the moment, but well, yeah, you can see it like adjusting.
Yeah.
How it's getting darker.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Spread, sorry.
Yeah, it's adjusting.
So,
cool.
And honestly, I usually at night, like if I'm reading in the dark, I usually read with the black. Like I usually just turn on the like dark mode like this, and then it will adjust that way too. So I mean, I've read this thing on the beach, and it will adjust to like the brightest level. But then as soon as I go in somewhere, it'll adjust back down.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go. I didn't know that they were going to stop selling them. It's probably why mine stopped working.
Can I go back?
No wonder they were keen for me to buy another one. Okay, headed to bed for a real night all. Night, Coda. Sleep well, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
The only people that I see really like loving, I mean, I wanted one just to try it, but I'm also not like upset that I like maybe missed the Scribe train or the Oasis train. Because the only people that I see really using the Kindle Oasis and saying like, yeah, it's better than the Paperwhite are people that do not predominantly read on an e-reader. Like they use an e-reader primarily for Kindle Unlimited, the library, and NetGalley.
Yeah.
So they're reading maybe 30% on their Kindle. I will say this, I was looking at my stats for Storygraph from the last 3 years because I've been using Storygraph since like exclusively since 2021.
Yeah.
And I went back and I was looking because I went through and I tagged everything. Because you showed me how to do that. I read every month, like every month, the most like category that I read as far as like my tags. So like physical shelf, Kindle Unlimited Libby is Kindle Unlimited. I have a problem. Like I can never get rid of Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah, but that's good though because at least you're getting value for money.
Yeah.
See,
you really only need to read 4 books a month from Kindle Unlimited in order to pay for your subscription.
Like well, see here, like if I was to buy the book, it'd cost me anywhere from $14 or $12 to $30 to buy the physical book. So for me, it's worthwhile having because it gives me an opportunity to get a lot, and then also, you know, just even to buy a Kindle book. And that, you know, I can get the book. Sometimes I can get the book on special for, you know, anywhere from $2 to $7, and then for $3.50 I can get the audio. You know, and I'm still $2 under what I would have had I bought the book physically.
And I tell people that if they find books on Kindle Unlimited and they think that they want to buy them, to read them on Kindle Unlimited first, because ultimately the author is still getting paid if you read the book on Kindle Unlimited. Maybe not as much as they would if you bought the book, but then if you really enjoyed the book, just buy it. That's what I've done. I have a few books that I read, like Magnolia Parks is an example. We all know how much I love Magnolia Parks.
Yeah, well, I'm the same. I've got several books that were on Kindle Unlimited. I got the Vine Witch series. I went and bought that.
Yeah, and Magnolia Parks, I read that on Kindle Unlimited when I read it. And then I was like, oh, I have to have this on my shelf. Like, I love this book, whatever. I don't see any other ones.
I also got the Knock 'em Out series. That's the Things We Leave Behind or whatever it was.
Yeah.
With the by Lucy Score. I got her three. Yeah, I got her 3 books on my shelf because I really liked. Like I read them on Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like also like okay, so like does it hurt? I'm not gonna read that physically. Like I may annotate it after I read it. I like to read books at least once before I annotate. But I'm going to download Does It Hurt off of Kindle Unlimited. Like when I go to read it, I'm going to download it off Kindle Unlimited and read it off Kindle Unlimited. So she's been paid for the book because Nell bought it for me, right? And then she'll get payment again for my reading of it because I haven't actually downloaded that one yet at all. Because I was kind of back and forth about whether I was going to read it or not. But I mean, now that we have like a buddy read happening, I'm going to read it. So
yeah, I think there was a few people in the comments too. Like, yeah, I'll jump on that.
And also, I want to read down my shelves because I'm trying to be like Leandra. I'm not succeeding, but I'm trying to be. You know.
Well, you know, like I was a little bit concerned that I bought 116 books in January, and then some because I've also got new books. But that most of the new books that have come in January were either pre-orders or books that were on back order. So I didn't actually, technically, I think I only bought 2 books in January that were brand new and they were on special anyway. So, but when you consider that I'm already, and I think I'm about to log my 30th book or my 31st book.
It's insane, bro. I'm just over here chilling with my 4 books that I've read this year.
Granted that some of them have been NetGalley. Like I'm trying to be more, I've logged 31 books and I've got one that will get finished tonight, which will 32, and then Harry Potter on Sunday, which will be 33, and I will also have Babel and Ink Blood Sister Scribe as well by Tuesday done. So when you consider that I bought 116 books, I'm almost to a third of the way through those books, like replacing, the books that I've read. So yeah, for me, having Kindle Unlimited it makes sense because, sometimes I'm not in the mood for the stuff that I've got on my shelf, but then something will intrigue me like I'm constantly looking at Kindle Unlimited books and organizing them into lists and everything. And yeah.
Yeah, I have a whole section in my reading journal that's just Kindle Unlimited books that I want to read, and then as I read them, download them and read them, because like right now my Kindle Unlimited is maxed out. So until I read,
yeah, same.
So like I'll switch a book out once I've read a book.
That's why I'm reading this one.
Yeah,
because I need to take some room.
But I made a deal with myself that for 2024 because I had a really bad habit last year of just switching them out whenever I found a new one that I wanted, and I wasn't actually reading anything. So I was like, okay, for 2024 you get your 20 books, and then as you finish books you can switch them out. So like I read the Housemaid books with Katie, so I switched those two out for 2 new ones. Like
yeah.
And then
I've got Kindle Unlimited lists that are genre based, so fantasy, and ones also I've got ones that are one of my lists is all Kindle Unlimited books, all genres with audio, and then I've got ones that don't have audio, ones that and then they're broken. The ones that have no audio, they're broken into genres. So I'll have sci-fi, historical fiction, yada yada yada, right? But yeah, so for the most part, we're pretty lucky here, like the US. We get audio with a lot of our Kindle Unlimited books, which is great. And it's good for it's really good for dark romance as well.
Yeah, I take advantage also of like my Audible Premium, because we get like a bunch of books that are for free. What's that called?
That's called, what's that called? Prime.
It's just called
whatever it is.
It's just called like Audible Premium.
Oh yeah.
Like I have the Audible Premium subscription, so I get like the credit a month, which actually technically I pay for my credits 24 at a time. I've used them all, but for the year or whatever, but they'll re-up again in March. So I'm like really diligent with how I spend my credits. A lot of my credits in 2023 went actually to pre-orders. So like I knew that I was going to want the Third Crescent City. I knew that I was going to want I don't know, a couple other books.
What's that one where you get the 2 free books on Prime?
That is Amazon First Reads.
Amazon First
Which
Reads.
you get as long as you have Prime, you get Amazon First Reads.
Yeah. Because I haven't gone in read Amazon First Reads for February. Cool. Because you get those for free, which is great. And they're like new releases and stuff, yeah?
Yeah. They're basically they're completed arcs. So we get them before release day.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get like a bunch of these books. Like a lot of the like romance and stuff that I have found, I've listened to them because they're just part of the included with your membership. Ones, and then I don't know if they're still on here. I'm about to check, but at one point, a lot of Emily McIntyre's stuff was included in your membership. So like you could, I don't know, yeah. So all of the like the Never After series, a bunch of them are included. So you can do Hooked, Wretched, Twisted, Scarred. Those are the 4 that you can do. So the only ones they don't have is Crossed. I think the only one actually they don't have on here is Crossed. I think there's only 5 right now out. And Crossed is the newest one. But you can listen to the rest of the series this way. So I have them all downloaded to my library because I do want to read Wretched and Twisted. I don't know about Scarred. I DNF'd it
Yeah.
at 50% because I just didn't really care that much. I don't know if I want to try it again or not, but I do really want to read Twisted, which is that's the Aladdin one, like the Aladdin.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Jasmine
find
and Jafar.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
I can't find
the-
the first Amazon first reads for February.
I'm trying to remember what they were. Hold on. Because I usually just type it into Amazon.
Yeah, I typed it in, but nothing's coming up. Everything you got to pay for. It's like weird.
Yeah, here it is. We got A Friend in the Dark, which I think is the one I got, which is suspense. There was Hypnotized.
Do you want to just
by
drop the
Love.
link? Do you want to just drop the link in the back of house?
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Mhm.
Piper's supposed to get her paperwork tomorrow. Awesome. I'm excited for you. I
love-
love I when my Kindle works, like I love the Kindle app. Like I've got it on my tablet. Like so I've been using my tablet for the Kindle. As the Kindle because I can download books when I go to the hairdresser and I've got a few on there. So I'm reading a couple of books that are on there. But for the most part, if I wanted to swap out my Kindle unlimited, I'll have to use my tablet or my phone because I can't connect to the internet. And I turn the internet off. I've done all the things and I can't work it out. I've done updates, you name it, I've done it. So I'm a size queen. So, of course, I wanted the Kindle Scribe. But it's too expensive. It is quite pricey. And I think MJ, from reading this life, I think she's either just put up a video or she's just put up a short in the last couple of days. She got a Scribed last year when they came out. Or when she could, I know that she's had it for about 12 months. And so, yeah, I think in that video or that short, she's talking about whether she actually likes it or not. Because Ollie from Criminoli also got one as well around the same time.
For me personally, I can't justify paying almost what I paid for my iPad for a glorified e-reader. Like I can't do it because it's I think $500 if you 500 plus USD if you get like the premium pen or whatever that has like the end where you can like go like this and it'll like erase or whatever. My thing is it doesn't do enough to justify it to me. Like I can literally, if I wanted that kind of an experience, I would, which I've done this before, I would just use my iPad, screenshot the page, and then annotate the page. I've done that before when I need, because I can save that as a PDF file.
Yeah.
And obviously I don't need every page. Like I've done that for like book club and stuff like that.
And Jamie says, once I've finished 40 books for this year, I seem to finish book easier than doing more sprints. Just because once I say I'm reading something, I feel motivated and I stick with it. That's fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Well, we have got to the end of the comments for the third or fourth time tonight. We've done well.
I don't know what we're doing, honestly.
I know.
So productive. And we got to the end of the comments.
Boy.
Don't expect this to happen ever again.
I was going to say, do not expect that this is going to be a regular thing because it is not a regular thing.
Like, we've all been hoodwinked tonight, to be honest.
All right, we're going to say goodbye. We will catch you on Neva's Chatty Bits. Monica says you guys are on a roll. We are today. We will catch you on Neva's Chatty Bits. We cannot promise anything but maybe a couple of little breaks where we can go to the toilet. Other than that, it's just going to be what it is. You'll get who you get.
We can promise you chaos. That's all we can promise you.
And lots of laugh, chaos, than all the rest of it that goes with it. And anybody that's been there in the last few weeks already knows what it's all about. So it's all going to be good. Good night to everybody, and thanks everybody for joining. And Jamie, thank you for being here as well. We appreciate it. But that is going to be it for us today. We will see you again tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening, everybody, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye for now.